We should be getting live. Back again. Looks good. Right, Twitch, YouTube, all online. Good evening, Lisa, hello, and Twishkop. Wow. The whole week, night shift until, wow. I don't know how you do it, Twishkop. Man. Avenger, hello. Right, we are still flying happily along. There has been no crash to desktop. I did not have to restart the sim. Which is great. And no hiccups whatsoever at the moment. So very, very pleased. Rabonius, no worries. MG King Moin. Yeah, there will be video on demand. No worries. Avenger, thank you.
Good evening at Blackbox 711 and chat.
Avenger, thank you so much for 81 months. Can you believe it? 81. Jesus. Avenger, I asked you before, right? But I didn't understand. You will be at Ladystad next week? Georgie, good evening. So I do hope to see you there. Let me have a look. Can I... If I do... How do I do the chat in here? Jeez, where's my chat? Twitch. Twitch streaming. ATC board. No, hang on, where's my Twitch chat? Oh, I haven't. No, that's right.
Welcome aboard Captain Roberts. Twitch channel subscribers.
Oh, Fishcop, I understand. GG's. And eventually you will be there. Nice.
Hello everyone. So happy to finally join a live, and it's with the A340-6.
It is.
Hope you're all well.
Nado, thank you so much for the 19 months, and we are doing well. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Indeed, we've got the beautiful A340-600. Yes, Jacob. So the failures, just like in X-Plane, I'm not sure if you know about the X-Plane failure setups. You have a whole variety of possible. I think they said like 300 failures. Directory, hello to you. Oh no, Aviomar, I hope you get well better. I mean, it's still more than a week away, Ladystad. So keeping fingers crossed you'll make it. I would love to meet you, Aviomar. Now that you're a bit tired from all the work. Yeah, time to relax. Get yourself a nice drink. Time to relax. Hey, Luke. Right, let's see. So Derek, do you have anything like aviation related? Then happy to read and ask, or read your comments and ask or answer your questions. Let's see. Good. Yeah, quick overview where we are right now. We are near, let's see, coming close to the Dominican Republic. So just had a look. We've already passed, let's see, so yeah, St. Martin is down here. Currently pretty much 9 o'clock position from us, or maybe 8 o'clock position. 200 miles. It's not far off. It's not far off. And the remaining flight time is so 1943. Pretty much 3 hours. No, 2 hours 43 minutes. No, 2 hours 40 minutes. Yeah, Avimar, perfect.
Can't believe it's been such a long time
Luke.
already. Thank you for all you do for this community. BB711 will love years to at least 70 more.
Thank you so much for the 70, Luke. That's a long time, Luke. Hope you're doing well. Good evening to you. And yeah, thank you so much for the long-term support. Yeah, again, I do hope to get back a little bit at a higher pace regarding flight simming and content creation. But as you can imagine, you know, embarking on a new path in life, i.e. for me, retirement, I guess you can't really go in completely prepared. So there's always, like, you know, if it's your first retirement, which normally it is, you go in, you know, in some naive way, in parts. So I was well prepared, but still, I didn't realize that, yeah, things like, you know, daily routine, goals in life, these sort of things, they have to be sorted. And so right now, it's not that I'm actually bored, quite the opposite. Actually, right now, I've just had too much on the table, including some health issues, but that's, you know, nothing major. But focus at the moment as well is my license, the PPL license, to get that back as quickly as possible. And you know me, you know, if I do something, I'll do it properly, right? So I'm reading, you know, the operational manual, preparing everything regarding, yeah, the upcoming real world flights again in the Cessna. So that's something I'm focused on right now. Hey, Lido. And yeah, but it's interesting. Well, it has been an interesting past 4 months, that's for sure. Hey, Stepke. Yeah, so I mean, I did my normal daily, you know, course, shopping, and I went to the doctors quickly this morning, and then yeah, and then just monitoring the flight sim here. And so the only thing that I've noticed, which I would say needs a bit of addressing, and I've talked to the developers already about this, is the fuel estimations and the fuel flows. So if I have some real world tables, and if I compare these values, I get around 100 kilogram per hour per engine different values from the charts right now. We all know how difficult it is here in Microsoft Flight Sim to get these engine fuel values and the drag values correct over all of the altitude regimes. But they're looking into it, and yeah, they will be doing some more tweaking. Also, I have a feeling that the SimBrief profile, and there is a profile available already on SimBrief. So just as a word of advice, if I go and have a look at my fuel calculations here in SimBrief. So if you look at the profiles, airframes, right, you have the Toliss aircraft, okay, which worked quite nicely, and you have the Aerosoft, right, A340-600 Pro, standard gross weight and higher gross weight. I even chose the standard gross weight. I mean, it doesn't really make that much difference in the fuel burn, but even with that, the average fuel burn is noted as being about 9,060 kilograms on average. And yes, you have to realize you take off at a heavy state and then you burn more and more fuel as you go along. Right now, I mean, we took off at 119 tons and now we're down to 42 tons, right? So yes, and we have step climbed twice to get into optimum flight levels. But yeah, the overall average fuel burn is obviously less than what the SimBrief gives you. So that's something that they are aware of. Yeah, 1943 ETA. Does it say that up on top or bottom? Hang on. Can't see what's up. What does it say at the bottom there? 1929 on the overlay, but it's 1943 right about. Yeah, thanks, Mark. Yeah, the overlay, right? But I would say, according to the FMS, it's about 1,092 miles to go, so 2 hours, 35 minutes to go. Winter Suite, what do you mean? I took off this morning. So you can watch the video on demand. We took off at 9 o'clock this morning. Oh, Jacob, you know what? That's actually a brilliant idea. I like that. Yeah, we can demonstrate in the descent. I can demonstrate the fuel dump. Yeah. Hey, I was surprised as well, Avimar, how many people joined this morning. GG's. So thank you so much for watching. I mean, I was expecting to have maybe 20 people in the stream, you know, it being so early, but we had at the end I think almost 200. So yeah, crazy. Happy with that. Oh, you watched the old stream thinking I was live. Oh, I get it. Yeah, yeah. Hey, V-Pilot, hello to you. The sim was fine, MT Cross. Again, no crash to desktop, no stutters, no issues whatsoever. And I mean, this is kind of a hardcore test, right? I mean, this is a real-time, long-range flight, no jumping ahead, no, you know, no sim rate increase, a completely real-time, real-world flight. After landing, I would like to try out the replay mode here. And you can see that it records the last flight hour always, continuously, right? So theoretically, and I've seen it work already on the different streams. So what we can do, we can land, park the aircraft, and then we can have a replay view. And live NZ, oh Enzeret, hello to you. No, no, that's true. No, no. So no, Mach 0.88 should definitely burn more fuel than 0.86, fuel flow wise, right? Yeah, but robust. I mean, potentially. So here's potentially what's going to happen. Knowing that the aircraft needs a bit more input in the flare, and we are at high altitude in Bogota. I have a fear that I'm going to pull too hard and just float the aircraft. And since we have such a high true airspeed and high ground speed, we're going to surpass the touchdown zone really quickly. So there's a good chance for a missed approach. Regarding the printout version, you know, in the X-plane you have the printer working. It's not working at the moment, they said. But as far as I understood, they are working on it. So at least that's still to come, maybe. The last time I checked the weather in Bogota, 340 at 4. Let me try to get the latest weather again. And then also let's get the alternate weather. Just make sure Medellin is fine. Yeah, no, Aviamar. No, no. Oh, another thing. If any one of you, wonderful people, is coming to Lelystad next week, so not this weekend, but on the 20th to 22nd of March, I will be there. So please, if you're there, say hello, right? I'd love to chat with each and every one of you.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box infotainment experience. New subscribers should now pick up their
YouTube has some
first
hiccups.
class. Thank you.
It says good connection on YouTube. So
Good evening, Captain. How has the flight progressed so far?
the flight
Smile.
has been fantastic, and Mickey, thank you so much for the 8 months resubscription. It's been fantastic, no issues whatsoever. Thank you much, Avimar, for the feedback. Yeah, so again, if anybody is coming to Lillestad, I'll be there on both days. So Saturday, Sunday at the venue. You know what I look like, so just come up and talk to me. I don't bite, okay? So feel free to say hello. Would love that. And I'm also planning for the community members, so anybody that would love to join, I'm planning a dinner at a restaurant, and for that I've made a little channel on my Discord just below the pilot's channel, where you can just type in if you want to maybe attend the dinner, so that I can make a reservation for that. Mickey, and that's exactly the problem that I hear a lot of people getting frustrated with. So this is actually, one of the main aspects I personally emphasize on, and that is, stable FPS, and also, no issues with frozen displays, crash to desktop, that sort of stuff, right? So again, I mean, this being a very kind of hardcore test today, let's have a look at the VRAM. VRAM currently 8.4. I mean, we are over water, but again, 8.4. If anything, maybe that's because I'm kind of limiting the FPS again with my settings. Main thread, occasional spiking, but apart from that, but that could be due to my DLSS settings, but running smoothly. Yeah, you don't have to have ultra settings now. Yeah, absolutely. MukeTF says nothing wrong on YouTube, and Lisa as well, no issues on YouTube. Thank you so much for that feedback. Cool. So we might as well start talking about preparations. Bogota is always a very challenging airport, so we might as well talk about this already. Hey Dennis, hello to you. Dennis, thanks for the 44.
Lewin, the rain you mentioned this morning has now reached Berlin.
Oh, it has? Okay, yeah, it's still raining here. Yeah, it's been a horrible day today. But much needed, much needed rain. We had a very dry spell over the last couple of weeks, so definitely a good thing to have some rain. Good. Quick check on the Bogota weather. Still northerly winds, which is nice. Yeah. So Mickey, I do think that we are good. We're not on VATSIM today or anything, so we are free to do and fly the approach whatever we want. But of course, if we have headwind on final, especially at these high altitude airports, it does help. So I am planning for this approach here. So this is the RMP Whiskey. Actually, it should be 32 left. Disregard. Hang on. Disregard. Hold on. Gonna have to do the 32 left Whiskey. This one here, 32 left. Okay, this will be used if the wind component is such that you can't land on the 1/4s, right? So this is nicely RNAV coded. Now, I know that some other streamers that tried RNAV approaches said they're having issues with it. I tried this one just to test this yesterday evening, and it worked for me. The only thing, and I've seen this as well, not just here in the Toliss, I've seen this in the PMBG 777 as well. If you remember, we tried this approach, and I have a feeling that the PAPI lights or the runway positioning or the path itself that's programmed here in the sim leads the aircraft just a tad low at the end, like the last 4 miles. But that's to be expected. So I will take over manually at some point on final and adjust accordingly. But what I've seen is that the base turn here was 2 red, 2 white, so perfectly on path. And then as we got onto final, I had 1 white, 3 red, and then about just prior Bravo Oscar 700, it then got into the 4 reds. Now, I took over manually, and then I ran into the trap of adjusting too aggressively. So I went to about 600 feet per minute descent rate, and that is obviously, if you're doing like 210 or let's say 200 knots ground speed due to the high altitude, you need 1,000 feet per minute to just stay on a 3-degree profile, right? So 600 meant I just got high in the profile really quickly, and then you're pretty much stuck, because to get back to the 2 red, 2 whites, you would have to do like 1,200, 1,300 feet per minute descent rate, which would put the aircraft into an unstable condition according to the stabilization criteria. So you have to think ahead, and you have to really just be aware and try to look at the pitch value, which gives you 1,000 feet per minute descent rate on final, and take that as a baseline, and just really smoothly adjust from that. And whatever you do, try not to get too high in the approach, because that's a certain go around. But this is not just sim issue, this is IRL issue, right? Simply because the 9,000 foot or 8,400 foot elevation causing higher true air speeds, and then causing higher ground speeds. Just at the end of my morning stream, somebody was asking what's the difference between outside air temperature and total air temperature. And I'm sorry that I didn't answer that. I saw the question too late and I logged off. So there are really 3 values that are important to pilots, temperature-wise, and one of them is the outside air temperature. No, you're all fine. We got more than 2 hours to go. 3642. So the outside air temperature on the ground is important for our takeoff calculations, so takeoff performance calculations. All right, that's what we take. We get that value from the ATIS or the METAR, and that's the value we take for the takeoff performance calculations. Now, the problem is, as soon as the aircraft starts moving to a higher airspeed, you can't measure a correct outside air temperature, and that is due to the airflow and the dynamic pressure being created on the airframe and on the sensors measuring the outside air temperature. So once you are in a dynamic state at higher air speeds, you cannot or measure the outside air temperature, so the true outside air temperature. Okay, that's why you have a value that's called the TAT, the total air temperature. Now, there is a probe on the aircraft fuselage that measures the TAT value. Now, if you look at these probes here, right, we all know, hang on, it's a bit loud on the outside, just let me adjust the sounds quickly. So let's do that. That's better. So you all know the static ports, the angle of attack vanes, the pitot tubes, you all know that. However, there's a couple more sensors down here, and let's start with this one. This looks really weird, and this is a sensor you don't see that often, and that's actually the ice detector. Alright, so whenever you have conditions with moisture and temperature that cause airframe icing, it will build up here on these sensors, and then the sensors will give you a indication in the cockpit regarding ice aggression. And again, not every aircraft has that. And then you see these probes here, and these are what's called aspirated TAT probes. So on the ground, when you have APU bleed air on, you will hear a hissing noise at the sensors. And that's because actually they are being aspirated, right? So air is being drawn in, and that way, I would guess also corrected to show some realistic values on the ground at least, right? Now in the air, I'm not sure what happens in the air with the aspiration, but nevertheless, air flows through these sensors in flight. Okay, and these TAT probes will give you the total air temperature values, right? So, and you have to realize that the measured temperature there is influenced by the airflow, by the dynamic pressure being created at that point. And why is that important? Well, it's important for performance calculations. The engines, I think the engines have their own sensors, if I remember correctly.
Unreliable memory items. Quick.
Excellent, hello. 27. Thanks for that. Oh, airspeed unreliable. Autopilot off. Flight directors off. Auto thrust off. Pitch power adjust. Right? Those are the main things. So, the... good one. Yeah, so the TAT is a value that's indicated, as a measured and indicated. Now, you have another value here that's called SAT. So this would be the static air temperature, or sometimes it's called still air temperature. This temperature is not measured. This temperature is calculated, right? So it shows at -49, and you could say that the SAT is the outside air temperature. Okay. So if you were to jump out of the aircraft right now, and you would then lose all forward speed, and let's pretend you stay stationary in the air, you would feel a temperature of -49 degrees Celsius. However, if you were to open the window and stick out your hand, the temperature you would feel on your hands would be -18 degrees Celsius. Does that make sense? Hey, cargo pilot, nice to see you. All right, so that's the difference between total air temperature and the static air temperature. Now, this also explains why the fuel temperatures don't really go below the TAT value. Right, Bonnie, you wouldn't feel anything at this temperature, yeah, probably. Avima, we get to that in a second, yeah. A good question as well. Hey, Pal 19. And Tuxu, hello. Yeah, so again, you know, it's the wings being in the airflow, they are subjected again to the total air temperature value, right? As you know, they feel that dynamic pressure at the wings, and that's why again you can see temperatures, fuel temperatures below the TAT. That does happen, especially at night. But normally, you know, as long as the TAT isn't too cold, you should not get. But I mean, there are other factors affecting the fuel temperature. For example, if you have tanks where the fuel touches the upper and lower surfaces of the wing, it will get colder than the fuel that's just touching the lower part of the wing, right? Yeah, so ESA is the standard atmospheric temperature, right? So normally in a standard atmosphere, you have your temperature of plus 15 degrees on the ground, and then the temperature will decrease -2 degrees Celsius per 1,000 feet. Right, so we are currently at 38,000 feet, So 38 times 2 is 76. If I took away the 15, 61 by maybe it may use it's just a different kind of calculation method to get to this point, but that was a very simplistic rule, although there are different values for the cooling of the atmosphere. It depends on if it's dry air or moist air, right? So for moist air, if I remember correctly, it's minus 3 degrees per 1,000 feet. For dry air, it's more like minus 2 degrees per 1,000 feet. But there is a standard atmospheric temperature distribution, and that's in tables. So when the aircraft comes to a calculated SAT of minus 50, it will then compare that value to the tables, and at the moment it says the standard atmospheric temperature right now at this level should be minus 56 degrees. However, I'm only measuring minus 50 or calculating minus 50 degrees, hence we are plus 6 degrees on the ESA. Now, why is that important? It's important because it affects engine performance. So we know colder temperature makes the engines more efficient. Higher temperatures makes the engines less efficient. And so there's a very tiny difference in fuel flow when you have, a deviation from ESA temperatures. Okay. So right now we've got 6 degrees warmer. This will create a negative impact on the fuel flow, meaning the fuel flow will be, let's say, 10-20 kilograms per hour higher per engine compared to ESA temperatures. Right. Exactly. Yeah. So warmer air is less dense. Yes. Correct. Exactly as well. So 3642, very good point. We have integrated drive generators. So these are the electric producing generators in the engines, and they are being cooled by fuel. So fuel is being fed around the casing of the generators, the oil of the generators. So the engine generators are obviously lubricated by oil as well as they are moving parts. Let's have a quick look here. So here we've got the IDGs, and you can see the oil temperature of the IDGs is about 80 degrees Celsius, right? So so some fuel from the fuel lines to the engine will be used as a preheating and then fed around. Also, it's a cooling for the IDGs, and if I remember correctly, it's also then a kind of a preheated method for the fuel going into the engine. Correct me if I'm wrong. The heated fuel then is actually fed also back into the tanks, into the main or the outer tanks probably, or the main tanks, and that does heat up the fuel by a couple of degrees. Yes. Manifest, hello. So Cargo Pilot, I talked about this, and I have addressed this to the developer. Now, they do have real-world tables like I have, and they have tested different altitudes, and we know this. We've shown this on many different aircraft. My opinion on this is the following. Microsoft just does not correctly simulate the atmospheric conditions, right? So it seems to me that the data they're using is not so reliable compared to the real world atmospheric conditions. So they try to, add-on makers try to fix their drag model or adjust the drag model here in the sim for one, but also then for engine values regarding the fuel values. And one thing I've noticed today, this morning, already, as we did the pre-planning, we had an extra fuel value. I think it was 10 tons, if I remember correctly, right? Which is more than an hour extra fuel. Now, by calculation from the SimBrief OFP, we should have had extra of 3 tons, right? So we took off at 119.2 tons. I checked that. Hey, James. Dankeschön, mir geht's gut, wie geht's dir? So we checked at took off at 19.2 tons. So let's say it's another 400 kilograms. So the total extra on takeoff, according to the SimBrief OFP, was 3.4 tons. Now we add that to this value, so we should be landing at 10.6, let's say. Right, that's the value we should be landing if everything in flight goes according to the fuel calculations or fuel flow calculations from the SimBrief. Okay. Now, at the moment, we are estimating to land at 24.5 tons. So there's a difference, and I addressed this with the developers. They're looking into it. And again, it may be, that the SimBrief values are a bit off. I checked the real world fuel flow values, and again, it's just me saying this. To what I've seen on the real world tables is that at the moment I'm burning about 100 kilograms less per hour per engine. If I compare that to the real world tables. Again. But yeah, they are looking into it, and they should be fixing that. Now, at the moment, the wind control, so Windwing is now called wind control, they said they will work on a profile for all their products for the Aerosoft Toliss A340-600 Pro as quickly as they can. So Rai, yes. Maybe what you can do is dial down the fuel flow value by 5%. I wouldn't go 10%. I think that may be too much on the long range flights. But 5% should get you more in line, with the correct values from the aircraft. You could try that. I mean, if I say 5% on the trip fuel. Trip fuel was, let's have a quick look here. Trip fuel was 103 tons, let's say, times 5%. So that's about 5 to 6 tons difference, right? Yeah, I would say minus. Probably, I think the sweet spot would be right now at -7 or 8%. But I mean, you don't want to run out of fuel, right? So if you run -5%, I think that would give you a good value. Why is the METAR not working? Interesting. Strange. Should work. Cargo Pilot, my pleasure. No worries. Now, I did get pinged by Fabian on my Discord. Let me just check that really quickly. Yeah, he wanted me to check the pop-out function. So the Alt key. So right Alt. Oh. Yeah, so pop-up does work. I think that's for people who have a separate little screen, right, for the instrument displays. Yeah, so it does work, yeah. Oh, and he wanted to do all the 3. Okay, let me check all 3 then. Hang on. Not sure why it's popping up so big. So let's try that. So that. And that. And then that as well. So I hope I don't crash WASM now. It's a bit difficult. It's a bit dangerous to test this on such a long flight, but yeah, I think yeah, it does work. Fabian, are you in by any chance? Oh, there we go, Fabian. Yeah. So yeah, okay, you did see that then. Oh, you know what, Mickey, you are correct. I should have been using offset. And so here it should be either 1 or 2 miles right. So let me go right 1 mile. Let's have a look. Let's scale down on the... Yeah, guys, that's why I love this input from you guys, or these inputs. So let's insert that. And now the aircraft should offset by 1 mile. Waypoint fuel check. Let's have a look. Yeah, car room. We can check again. Yep. Hey Slinky, using the Airbus 380. Why am I getting a reverse thrust moving when I'm using throttles? It has to do with your mapping on your thrust levers. I guess if using external hardware thrust levers. It's a nightmare sometimes in Microsoft to set it up. Ghost, yeah, it should be mandatory, yeah. How do you determine which flap setting to use when departing? I mean, I would normally go with whatever the the calculator gives you, unless you think it doesn't make sense. Then I wouldn't. Then I would choose something like flaps 2. Flaps 3 on the Airbus is rare. Maybe on the large aircraft, like a 340, I don't know. But usually, like flaps 2. Whenever you have a concern regarding tail strike risk on takeoff, flaps 2 would be the better alternative. Yes. Question: is ATOPS rings and afterwards properties okay? Yeah, so right. That's also a very good question. Now here on the older Toliss MCDUs, they are limited. I think it's 255 or 259 miles. So I know that 260 miles doesn't work anymore. Normally. You would look at your ETOPS time for 1 hour still at distance. So for example, the 787, if I remember correctly, is 431 miles. So that's the ETOPS range ring I would use in the 787. And it does work to show that in the in the fixed page. So here, unfortunately, you are stuck a bit on the range. Right, so it says 255 miles, I think. Thank you very much, Fabian. Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah. What you can do, we can check that here as well. So what we could do is use an equitime point. Okay. So if we take our routing right now, so let's say we have an airport. What airport do we have down here? Let's just take something just for good measure. Okay, let's take Tango Juliet Bravo Quebec, And then on the other side, let's take Sierra Kilo Papa Bravo. Now, I don't know if these airports are actually suitable for the A340-600. Doesn't matter, just to showcase equitime point here, okay? So let's do this. Let's enter Sierra, Tango Juliet Bravo Quebec on this side. And then on the other side, it was Sierra Kilo Papa Bravo. Sierra Kilo Papa Bravo. Now, what you do as well, you look at the wind, and so it's 260 at 80. That has not changed much. So let me just put that in on both sides here. 260 at 80. Right. And now, let's see. Do we get equitime point? Equitime point. ETP sequenced. I'm not sure. I've never seen that message on the MCDU. 80 sequenced. Oh, hang on. Now, it took some time to calculate. Disregard. It just took some time to calculate it. Okay, so now, so theoretically, between those two airports that we just entered, here we have our equitime point. Okay, so this works as well. What we can do to kind of visualize that is the following. So let me put in Tango Juliet Bravo Quebec in here, and also we'll take Sierra Kilo Papa Bravo down here. So by distance, if we had no wind, then this point here would be the equitime point. So that means it's the time you take to fly to the airport ahead of you that you've selected and the airport that's behind you that you have selected. It takes the same time. That's why it's called equitime, equivalent time, right? Now, the reason why it's shifted here is because of the wind situation, right? We are fighting headwind. So it takes a bit more time now to reach that equitime point. So here now, at this point, we take the same time to get to Sierra Kilo Papa Bravo as it does to return back to the other airport that we've selected. Okay? But yeah, it works. It makes sense. Right now, impression on my aircraft is very positive. So the departure, and I've done some approaches with it, it feels heavy, it feels like a big aircraft, and what I look for is immersion. So since I am not really looking too critically at textures, I have my sore point. So when textures become, you know, bad to a certain point, then it does put me off. But I mean, this cockpit here, even if the colors are maybe just a tad too bright, you know, on the coloring here, or the lettering not being exactly like the real aircraft, or the displayed, you know, stuff not being exactly like the real aircraft, it doesn't put me off. But I can't speak for you guys, right? So you guys are going to have to look at what the aircraft offers, look at what you focus on, and then decide if the price that they want for this add-on is worth your money, right? So, but I think some of the really, really big attributes that at least I would look into were are things like stability, FPS, even on these long flights. Also, accuracy regarding fuel flow. And this is something I criticize very often in many, many different add-ons, because it seems to be a really big issue here regarding drag models in Microsoft Flight Sim. So I know, I feel the pain for the developers, and I'm seeing not just here, I'm seeing it on many different add-ons, and I've talked about this many, many times. But here, at least it's on the positive side. So you will not run out of fuel. If you, let's say you don't take any extra fuel and you do a long range flight, you will not run out of fuel. Okay. So then sounds, obviously sounds also very important for immersion. And we've seen on the departure, engine starts from the cabin were nice. Engine sounds right now, well, sounds altogether right now are nice. You have some nice options to tweak the sounds to your liking. So, for example, environment, you can do a little bit. Cockpit sounds, you can dial down to your liking. External, internal, master volume, which I've dialed down for now. So that's also nice in my opinion. No complaints there. Remember the A319 X-plane? Or maybe in the standard A320, I complained about the sounds there as well. And I have gotten the payware sound add-ons from different people there, like a KOSP, for example, or BSS. And then the sounds are fantastic. But the stock sounds in X-plane for the Toliss 320, 319 were meh. What does SimBrief say if you... Yeah, so so again, I guess you just tuned in. So SimBrief said, and I did choose the published Microsoft, the published Aerosoft Toliss 340-600 profile. And it's giving me an average fuel flow of 9,066, and I thought that was a bit high, because at these levels and these weights, it's more around 8,000 to 8,300 kilograms per hour. I don't think it would really see 9,000 kilograms per hour. So hence, at the moment, I would suggest you tweak the OFP value to -5% maybe. I think that's a good value. Yeah. Now, I've also seen some comments regarding, people still being upset with the Aerosoft A330 issue, which I also did not like at all. But again, that's something you have to decide. It's not for me to comment here now. I just try to evaluate the aircraft, what it brings, and if it fits my needs, and if I think I can get immersed in this add-on and I can enjoy flying with it. And one of the big reasons why I'm doing this flight right now is to test if it's like good for the cross the pond next month. Sorry, in April it is, not next month, in April. Oh yes, next month. It is. We are already in March. So in April, yeah, next month. So I am actually really putting this aircraft in the selection for me to fly across the pond on the CTP, if I get a slot, that is. I think they are, Aviamar, aren't they considering more aircraft in the future? Hey, Psycho, hello. Yeah, so you're addressing a good point as well, right? So I haven't tested this yet. Well, actually, I have done it on takeoff yesterday. I checked the replay mode, worked very nicely. So this is something which is already a fantastic feature if it works reliably, especially for people to you don't have to be a content creator. just for you normal guys, like, you know, to re-watch your landing, right, from different aspects. And it records the last hour of your flight continuously, which is nice. Right. 3642, good night to you. Thank you much. Yeah, I'll talk about the specifics of the airport in Bogota in a few minutes. Yeah, the jump ahead feature. Also, let's have a look. Sim rate. Where was the... I've just seen the flight controller override. Interesting. Replay. Is it in the MCDU for the jump ahead? Or am I just not seeing it? Situation. Not seeing it here. It should be in EFB. Should be in the tablet. Okay, maybe I'm just not finding it. Yeah. I mean, the autosave also a fantastic feature. Well, so Chris Ryder. So I've never been liking, at least not the last 2-3 years, to recommend an add-on. I can only showcase it to you guys. I can address you honestly the things I like, personally I like, and the personally I don't like. I will address that. You will see some things you don't like that I don't care about. But I don't do recommendations. But what I can say is that I will buy this add-on with my own money. Yes, I have gotten a previous version, and you would say, you're stupid, you know, you get this for free, why are you going to buy it? Because you already have it. No, I'm going to buy it because I've always said that every add-on, every, you know, airport add-on or every aircraft add-on I buy myself with my own money, because then I am completely unbiased. Okay. Because I've been there, I've gotten free copies, and it is hard to speak your absolute honest truth, right? If you get free add-ons. So that's why you can say, you know, you could take this as a feedback. I will pay this. I will pay the full price for this add-on. Yeah, it would be good if they addressed the 330 and maybe think about 330 Neo. That would be huge, I think. An A330 Neo, you know, in this quality, that would be nice. Yeah, and the situation saving, yeah, absolutely, yeah. No, Captain's Asthma, no. We've flown. I can show you Volanta. I've been on Volanta all flight, and there's somebody flying along with me. Lula Pilot is flying along with me. Here. Also Frankfurt, Bogota. And he's been ahead of me pretty much the same distance. Exact that distance. That's me there. One continuous flight. Hey, there he is, Lula Pilot. Moin. Yeah, so no issues whatsoever in that regard. The bottom of the site drop down menu, I guess. Okay. Let's go again. Situation saving. Aircraft control. Auto pause. Freeze. Fault scenarios. Sound replays. Ah, here we go. Yeah, thanks. I found it. It's under joystick actions. Right, so Okay, yeah, I remember that they said there was an issue at the moment. They're fixing that with the release version. Now you can jump to the next waypoint, but you should also be able to, yeah, Psycho, thanks. You're supposed to be able to select the target FMS point as well, which is great, right? So. Hey, Dayan. Yeah, but Dayan, maybe I have something for you. Now, I've silly me. I'm sorry. I showed this fantastic new app that's in beta phase at the moment, where I planned my flight, but I didn't press start to flight, and I can't do it now because I'm not on the ground. But it does have historical routes, okay? So just for example, if you wanted to, and this is being fed with new data as we go along. So let me just choose something. Let me choose Lufthansa as an example. So let's go, let me go and have a search airline Lufthansa. So Lufthansa, and then all years, and I tell you what, let me show you something I've had back in the days. Okay, so this will be Cologne, Berlin, Tegel. I've flown this one on the 737 as a captain many times, IRL, for Lufthansa. Okay, so if let's search that. So look at this. It has this on the historical route, 2010. All right. So you could find a historical flight for many different airlines, and with the flight number, you can make your flight plan through here, which is connected to SimBrief if you want. Now also, let me have a look. Schedule. So you can generate. Let's say you want to do 4 flights on a day, okay? And you want to do, let's do this for Mark. Hang on, select airline, search, what was it, Mark? British Airways, right? So let's do British Airways. Then you want to say, I want to fly A320 family, all of them. Okay? Julian, I would have to check. I know that he just fed the 346 routings yesterday, a couple of them. I will check in a minute, Julian. But he does have many databases, and he's continuously working on it. So let's say, Mark, you can then go, let's do a continuous routing, 4 legs. Distance between, let's do 0 to 650 miles. Let's avoid route duplicates, and let's generate that. Okay. So then it would suggest you fly from what's Papa X-ray? Is that Venice? No, that's not Venice. Hang on, that's Bergamo, maybe. Hang on, what's? Let's check. What is it? Verona, sorry. Verona, so in Italy, right? At least I didn't say Spain. So, Verona to London Gatwick. Then London Gatwick to Amsterdam. Then Amsterdam to London Heathrow, and then London Heathrow to Stuttgart. Just a suggestion, okay? Now, when you fly and log your flight, it logs different aspects. And later, once the career mode comes, it's not yet there. He's working on it. But you will get points for each flight, okay? And one thing I would have loved to show today, and I'm so sorry that I didn't press start. I did press initiate boarding, but it didn't press start the flight. It does look at many different landing variables, like how stable your approach is. I would think also localizer glide slope deviations, your touchdown rate, etc. So many different things. So it will then give an amount of points depending on how smooth and how professional, let's say, your flight was, and that way you can collect points, okay, and then get up in in your ranking. Now it has many more features. I know it. There's some videos out there on YouTube already that would tell you that. Now somebody says look for a historic flight. So let's do a manual bid, historical routes. So let's do a manual bid. And you said 2010. Munich to Manila. Oh no, sorry, Honolulu, disregard. But hang on, Honolulu. That was like a charter flight, right? That's not a. That's a charter, not. Yeah, it was a charter. Then it wouldn't show that for sure. No, it wouldn't show up. No. That I think that data, to get that data. Yeah, but anyways, I will try to use this app regularly from now on, because I think that's an interesting way to log your flights, to search for routes. I mean, let's have a look here for the aircraft. Let's do a Concorde flight, shall we? Concorde. Let's do that. All years. Let's see what it brings out. Hold on. Concorde. I'm not sure if it has to be specific. British Airways. Let's have a look. Search. Is there a way to reset this? Ah, there we go. Now we've got British Airways. No, so yeah. So now we got the routings there, right? So you can find the Concorde routings back then, historical routings, and you can fly those. So it's a very nice app. Hey, Pilot Seb, you are. Okay, so Seb, if anybody has a question, here's the developer. Pilot Seb, thanks so much for joining. Yeah, and feel free to tell about the different features that I've forgotten to mention right now. Yeah, the website. It has open beta now, doesn't it? So it is open beta. So this should be the link. No, where's Seb? No. I know it was early this morning. Okay, so what exactly do you mean with the lat long crossing is modeled? What exactly? Maybe you can talk to me, tell me what you want to see here. Gilend asks, there was one. I tell you what. Gilend Okay, so you don't know where it came from? So just say the Concorde landed in Amsterdam once. Okay. Again, if it's charter, then probably it won't be in here. At the moment, I even though I think the Unibuilt's A340-600 is a nice aircraft, I would lean towards this one here. For all the features, from the way the aircraft handles. Oh, a Ghost, good question. Yeah, normally it's above airport elevation. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Captain Black
No,
Box
wasn't crashes yet.
Entertainment
All good.
Experience. New subscribers should
And
now
we've
pick
been
up
flying
the pass to
for
first class. Thank you.
10 hours now, and we've been, I mean, I did an hour preparations on the ground, so we've been in the sim for 11 hours up to this point, non-stop, no restarts. And thank you so much, Pilot Seb, for the tier 1. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, so Pilot Seb, so the developer granted me access to the Fly Hub. So let's see, there was a question. Wow, I'm still a question saying apologies if I missed some of these questions. Yeah, so the 250 knots below 10,000 feet would be airport elevation, yeah, normally. And that's why you would normally see on these arrival routings very often at high elevation airports, you see these speed restrictions, because ATC knows that you know, pilots often will not understand or miss the 10,000 feet, you know, below 250 knots rule. So here you can see speeds is definitely regulated very early on in the arrival, even though you're high up 18,000 feet here, as an example, right? Dayan, yeah, thanks for watching. I mean, you could.
A gift from me to you.
Oh, Pilot Seb,
Enjoy
thank you
the
so
gift
much.
sub.
That's really kind. Pilot Seb gifting 5 subs on the channel. Pilot Seb, thank you so much. And again, I enjoy showcasing apps which I personally think are of good value. So we talked some time ago regarding your app Fly Hub, and it did intrigue me because I am often stuck in finding routings to fly here on stream. So that's something definitely that already attracts my interest. And then the way or the amount of things you'd said you could log, or the app logs for you, and the way you're able to judge your flight and maybe get motivated to fly much more real world like, plan ahead, try to be stable in the approach and so on, right? Alrighty, let me have a look then. And once again, Pilot Seb, thank you so much for the support. Oh, really, Teddy West? You could get airborne? I didn't have that issue, no. Right, live map. Here it is. So already we can see the map is getting a bit more populated these days. So you can see the routing, the EasyJet 8419 is taking, where it's flying to. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, already. I've seen the, I don't have any trophies yet, but we're already seeing, people being very active. Can you, Pilot Seb, can you, because I think that's a very interesting thing. Can you maybe quickly write what values are being monitored for the approach itself, and what's evaluated? Teddy West. In Bogota. Oh, really? I would have to check that. Because I don't ever remember that I flew the A340-600 in Bogota. But I mean, let's talk about real-world performance. Now, Lufthansa couldn't fly Bogota Frankfurt economically, nowhere near economically, with the A340-300. Right, again, because the high altitude elevation was at high altitude of the airport, and the engine performance just wasn't strong enough to counteract that issue. So the big issue is, of course, an engine failure after V1. So you have to be able to climb at a certain rate to clear the obstacles. Now, a big issue here in Bogota are the departure routes if the wind is such that you have to depart on the 1-4s. Right, on these. So you can imagine, because of the high terrain that's coming up very quickly, you have to do a very large turn to get into the safe area where the elevation is a bit lower, or at least doesn't climb as much. Now, whenever you do a low altitude turn with an engine failure, because of the G loading on the wings for the turn, it creates a lot more drag. And so that has to be taken into account. And that way, the A340-300 just couldn't take up much payload. So Lufthansa was forced to use the A340-600, because it has better engine power, to get a decent payload out of Bogota to make it more efficient. And then once the 787 came along, that was a fantastic aircraft, even though it's only a 2-engine aircraft. But the 787 can take out a great payload value, even in the engine failure case, and it has so much less fuel burn. I mean, if you look at the average fuel burn of a 787 compared to the A340-600, let's say the real-world average is about 8,000 kilograms per hour, maybe 8,400 kilograms per hour. The 787 has 5,000. Right, and it can maybe not take as much payload as the 340-600, but it can take enough to make this flight profitable. So that's the thing with the reasoning behind taking these aircraft into Bogota. Yes, Seb, you're seeing a lot of people interested in pointing some questions at you. Oh, really, Seb? You were watching a yeah? Oh, okay. But come on, the 787 is also nice, right? Man, Ghost, I'm not gonna lie. So when we took over the routing from the Toronto Frankfurt, for example, which used to be 340 routing, and I remember we had a new ramp agent who knew how much fuel the 340s normally took from Toronto to Frankfurt. And then he asked me for the block value, and I said, like, 30 tons. And he was like, say again? I said, yeah, 30 tons. Because normally they like to get that value when you check in for the flight, right? So we check in our luggage, and then normally the station manager comes and asks politely if you already have a fuel value, so they can start fueling, early. And then he said, hey, are you sure 30 tons? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, well, the A340 took like, 50, 60 tons, right? I said, well, 787 is just a very efficient aircraft. Yeah, he did make sure he was correctly. Yeah. Nice. I'm going to take out the offset here. Where is it? Data. Where's my offset? Hold on, give me a second. Offset. Offset, there it is. So I'm going to take this out, and then it should feed us back nicely without any bigger bank angles into the routing, which it does. So now it will get us back onto the normal routing without an offset. The 787 is not as majestic. Okay. I'll accept that. Hey, Sim Caesar! Greetings to you. Woohoo, thanks for the 86 months. Caesar, hope you're doing well. How is life? And a big shout out, guys. If you don't know Sim Caesar, check out his channel on Twitch, please. Alrighty, so let's see, we've got land coming up after like over 8 hours over water, and it's been a huge area over water that we had. I mean, look at this. So we left just north of Bordeaux in France. We left the mainland there, and it's been water all the way down to here, which is it's crazy. But, I don't know. South America coming up. Okay, guys, I will take the time now to explain to you some specifics regarding Bogota Airport. Now, IRL, this airport is very challenging. Yes, Bodensee-Schwalbe. Yeah, I'll brief that in a second. So we talked about already the very specifics regarding high altitude. Now, what a lot of people don't quite understand is why is that posing a challenge for us pilots. So you can imagine a big aircraft has inertia, and if you're at sea level with the higher density there, meaning the true airspeed is lower, because the dynamic pressure you have to create to get to certain indicated airspeed, which is aerodynamic important at lower altitude as a reference value, then the opposite is true as well when you are at high altitude, like today in Bogota, where we'll be at 8,500 feet almost. The true airspeed. Pilot Seb gifting another 5 subs. Pilot Seb, thank you so much. That is so generous. Pilot Seb, thank you very much for that. And all those that just been gifted the subscriptions, please say a big thank you to Pilot Seb for those. Thank you so much for that. And guten Abend, Bodensee-Schwalbe. Wie geht's hier? Yeah, so if we go and look at the approach now, and we are going to fly the Whiskey 23 left approach. This one here. Okay. The challenge is the fact that even at approach speeds, so let's say today we have an approach speed of approximately, let's have a look here. Performance. Let's say approach speed of 145 knots. Okay, indicated. It will probably put us into the area of 155 to 160 knots true airspeed. So even without any wind influence, we will need at least 150, 200 feet per minute higher descent rates just to stay on the glide slope, on the 3-degree glide slope. So if we take some simple values, let's say we're doing 150 knots approach speed at sea level. If you times that by 5, that's about 750 feet per minute descent rate. We need to do, that's a rule of thumb, that we need to do to stay on path, okay? On the 3-degree glide slope. Now, if you get a little bit high, then you have to take like 900 to 1,000 feet per minute descent rate. Now, I'm pretty sure later in the approach, we are going to see an even higher approach speed. Because I think that to stay on the normal 3-degree profile, and this approach has a 3-degree profile, as you can see here, we will need about 900 to 1,000 feet per minute. So you're facing two big challenges when landing at Bogota compared to a sea level airport. And that is one, the higher true airspeed, meaning a higher ground speed. So everything happens faster. You are, if you like, at the higher energy state, referring to the ground. And also, you are much closer to your descent limitations, i.e. 1,000 feet per minute, which is the criteria for a stable approach. Granted, if you fly to airports like Bogota or Mexico City, for example, then you can brief that and say to the other pilots in the flight deck, say, okay, be aware, I'm aware that we have the 1,000 feet per minute stabilization criteria in the approach. However, due to the fact that everything's happening at a faster rate, including the descent rate, if I have to correct the glide slope for short-term deviations, I may go to, let's say, 1,200 feet per minute. So do your call out, but be aware that we may need to do so for short periods of time. Obviously, you should not have to do that close to the ground. Which brings me to the next risk that you're going to face, and that is the descent rate is already high. So you always have a risk of hard landings at these high elevation airports. That's something you have to kind of brief as well, and in the approach, tell yourself again, remember to maybe not cut the throttles too quickly. So just leave some residual thrust in until touchdown. That could be something to do. And then I would say one of the biggest things to monitor and to look for is on the last 400 feet before touchdown, try to be as stable. Hey Voyager, try to be as stable as possible. Because I can guarantee you any large deviations, any larger corrections you need to do at these high elevation airports will lead you either floating too far, having to go around, or slamming it like some Indian carrier did yesterday or today in I think it was in Phuket, right? Hard landing, bounced, second bounce was on the nose gear, it broke the nose gear. So careful, right? And then be go-around minded. Yeah, Voyager, we talked a little bit about this, and right now I'm still on the same flight, so I have not restarted the flight. It's been a non-stop 11 hours, 30 minutes right now with the preparations. So a continuous flight for me, and no issues at all. And the only thing I criticized and I posted to the developer is the fuel value, so the fuel flow values, which are a bit too low compared to the real world data and the especially the SimBrief data. And that's why I do recommend if you use the SimBrief profiles, I can show you that again here on the SimBrief. Yoda, wie geht's dir? Marco Landing. Oh, Yoda, any chance to meet you in Lelystad? I did want to ask you that. So if you go and have a look at the flight planning here, so you have 4 profiles you can use, and I chose the Aerosoft A340 Pro standard gross weight version, and that gave me the 9,000 kilograms average fuel flow per engine. Sorry, for all engines per hour. But I would say if you can, oh, it actually does give you that thing. Look, that the default gives you 0. That actually gives you plus. I would actually go to minus 5%. I would do that, and then I think you're going to get some proper values. So let me just generate that flight. And let's have a look at the average fuel flow then. Yeah, look at that fuel. Look at the difference there. So this will be much more what we have here in the sim. And then we would have about 15 tons, or let's say 14 tons less fuel required, which then adds up nicely to what we should be landing with today. Yeah, so minus 5% is, I think, a sweet spot for that. But that's the only bigger thing that I've found to criticize at the moment. Good. Okay, so now that we've talked about the specifics regarding high altitude, the second danger, or the second threats that you have in Bogota is the high terrain around the airport. So if I have a look at the arrival routing, let me go star, and we're flying the Doppler for east arrival. That's the west arrival, disregard. And where's the Doppler for east arrival? Or was it west? Oh, no, for the 3-2s, of course. Yeah, for the 3-2s, it would be west arrival, which we'll have to program. But I had initially, since I planned for the runway 14 initially, yeah, there it is. That's the Doppler for echo arrival, which would be for the 14s. So we've got to disregard that. We're going to plan for the Doppler for west arrival, because we are looking at the weather conditions right now. Oh, come on, Yoda, it's not far. And you would meet Marco, or Mark, right? And myself. Maybe for the dinner. It's come on. There's trains, isn't there? He's scared. So right now 260 at 70. So yeah, it's definitely 3-2s for landing. Jet lag. So definitely 3-2s preferred. Especially again because we have such a high true airspeed, higher ground speeds, we don't want to land with tailwind on the 1.4s. So 3.2 it is. Yeah, waiting face reveal. Yeah, that's fine. So we're going to fly the RMP approach, and again, high terrain all around the airport, with the highest being towards the west. The east. Especially then coming into play on the missed approach for the 1.4s. Now that we're doing the RMP approach, runway 32, now we're facing the terrain issue on the arrival. Now, where's the broken? Scattered 6,000, broken 8,000. So we should be okay here, because we'll be flying at 13.7, so 5,000, 6,000 feet above the terrain here. So we should be breaking out of clouds here, and then we'll be able to see the beautiful scenery here. Yeah, great. So we're going to fly the approach, and I will fly this with the final approach mode. So from the final approach point onwards, Bravo Oscar 401, I will fly final approach mode, a combined mode, LNAV-VNAV, and then it will hopefully track nicely a 3-degree down profile. Be aware that your energy management has to be on point. And I mean, it tells you here to be at 180 knots. And I'm not joking, with tailwind at this point, even if we fly 180 knots, I would guess our ground speed is going to be about 230, maybe even 240. So here it's mandatory at 180, and here it's max 160. So I tell you what, after this point, I want to slow down to final approach speed straight away. And I will also bring out gear and at least config 3 at this point here. So gear down before that point, and then when I'm at the final approach point for the descent, I will already be config 3 gear down. And then slow down to final approach speed in that turn. Hey Adam, thank you so much for the 5.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Adam, how are you doing?
Captain Blackbox infotainment experience. New subscribers should now pick up their past first class. Thank you.
Nice. So Dorfkit. Oh, sorry, not Dorfkit. Dead. So I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. Have a good landing in JFK. Have a happy landing. And Mert, hello. Mert, I would say it's not particularly more difficult than anywhere else. I wouldn't get wound up too much about that, because I mean, in the end, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Prepare as good as you can. Be yourself. And then I wish you all the best of luck to pass that test. We can have a look. Config 3 adds... Well, here it's interesting. At this altitude, it only adds 1 knot. Which I found very interesting. I would have guessed 3 to 5 knots, but just 1 knot doesn't seem like much. And I don't know, maybe that's because of the high altitude? No idea. Now let me already enter some values here, shall we? So 260 at 7 while I'm down here. Might as well do that. Transition level 190, very high. Temperature, luckily now, since it's a high elevation airport, temperatures are normally not that high. But still 90 degrees is still warm, I would say. And then QNH is 1026. Oh, my wife's bringing me lunch. Oh, not lunch, but dinner. Dankeschön. Du bist du. Thank you. Ja, das geht so. Ja. Dankeschön. So it's there you can see that. That's you know. What do we have today? It's vegan, it's vegetarian. So it is it's what's Blumenkohl? What's Blumenkohl? Blumenkohl is cauliflower. Cauliflower rice, it's called. Cauliflower rice with peppers, herbs. Yeah, so it looks like a meal plate. What's in that for you, Rabonius? Because normally you do that with normal rice, but normal rice has a lot more carbohydrates. So we use in the evening, we use we eat salads in the evening, and this is the warm version. So we use instead of rice, we use cauliflower. Dankeschön. Also interesting, we have a little step climb indicated here. Now let me have a look quickly for the step climbs. So 390. Okay, what's the flat then say? Is there any planned level change? Oh yeah, it does. So I guess we have to get to an odd level. Alright, so we're going to climb 390 at Ogoza. And greetings to Spain. Air Silhouette, how are you doing? Kürbis Linsensuppe, nice. That's also very tasty. We had Kürbissuppe 2 days ago. Yeah. Good. Let me just finish the briefing really quickly before we have only 1 hour flight time. Can you believe it? How long? We've been streaming for almost 2 hours already. Yeah, 1 hour flight time remaining. I'm going to change the arrival, and I forgot to do that before I changed the values in the approach page. Yeah, so again, early establishment. We need to make sure we have good energy management, early configuration. We'll fly the approach. And last 500 feet, we're going to try to be as stable as possible. Missed approach is very likely today. Either hard bounced landing or long flare. So the missed approach is programmed, and we will fly the programmed routing up to 13,000 feet. So these are all at or above altitudes there in the missed approach. And then we do another approach. Yeah, I love Bogota. Very challenging environment there. So definitely nice to try out this add-on. And another reason is that Lufthansa flew this before the 787 took over. Flew this routing IRL, Frankurt, Bogota. Hence, yeah, we'll have a look for the performance calculations. It's part of our preparations, isn't it? So, didn't I prepare something? Let me just have a look. Procedures. Procedures. Checklists. Where did I have? Didn't I have a flowchart for preparations? I'm not sure. Yeah, but anyways, I mean, of course, the landing performance calculation is a requirement. It's an A320 checklist. Thanks, Aviamar. Appreciate that. I mean, I should know this, but Oh, I didn't mean the briefing. I meant the I did make I did make a kind of a flow for the what we have to do before landing. Yeah, tomorrow. I'm not sure exactly what time, but tomorrow, 12th of March, is the release date of the Aerosoft Toliss A340. They confirmed that today. Do you mean like descent preparation? Yeah, I mean, it does have some good things in here. Yeah, you can use that as well. That's fine. Right, let's do this. So 3-2 left. Condition dry. Anti-ice off. Landing weight. Now, we're currently weighing 244.6. We are going to burn another 5 tons. So it should be around 240 tons. So let me change that. 240 tons. Config full. Air conditioning on. Brake low. Reverse I'll do off. Compute. So the very strict landing distance will be 2,400 meters. Oh, you fuel dump. You're right, Jacob. Thanks for reminding me. That'll be 2,411 meters. Now with the normally 15% additional, it will be about 3,000 meters. But you can see it has 3,800 meters landing distance available. And if we go to airport infos, yeah, 3,800 as well here. Oh, I've got some information here as well in my app here. So it says high elevation. So these are warnings. High elevation area, mountaintops up to 13,100 feet within the MSA. ATC and offset vectors below MSA. So if you're flying on VATSIM, you may have to expect some radar vectors below minimum radar vectoring altitude because they're using their own. Oh, sorry, below MSA because they're using their own MRVCs. They will get you descent via clearances, which means you have to adhere to the altitude speed restrictions on the charts. You have quickly changing weather conditions with frequent thunderstorms. And again, due to high elevation, expect high true airspeed and ground speeds, which result in 15 to 20% higher descent rates for a 3-degree descent slope. In case of a go-around, expect about 15 minutes, 60 track miles for a complete pattern. Do not engage approach mode too early, as early localized capture may happen and lead you off the star. But that's just for the ILS approaches. Runway 14 left, right, expect shortcut, Puppet to Anvers. Expect the ILS Yankee approaches, and then be aware of high go-around gradients. And carefully check performance calculations. Now, this aircraft has very powerful engines. So even if you fail one engine, the remaining 3 still give you a go-around grade of 9.7%, which is good. That is very good. Okay. Now let me get my document. I just have to put you on pause for a second to get my real-world QRH open. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? One second. Let's go. There it is. Okay, so now let me search for fuel dumping. So we go abnormals, emergency procedures. We go to fuel, and it's called fuel jettison, obviously. Yeah, fuel jettison, right. 340-600. Now, fuel jettison is provided for a quick... Well, let me climb in the meantime. 390, thrust climb, out cruise. 390. So, fuel jettison is provided for a quick reduction of aircraft weight in order to comply with approach and landing climb gradients, obtain normal max landing weight, if time permits, obtain the planned flight profile in case of engine failure en route. Okay. Now, if possible, to jettison in any convenient configuration at any speed. So you can even jettison with flaps extended. Now, when practicable, the height should be sufficient to avoid contamination on the ground. So 5,000 feet AGL is considered as adequate. I remember that the 787 had, I think, 6,000 AGL. Now, it says, as a reminder here, it says do not jettison near thunderstorms. Who would have thought? Now, when jettison is performed, avoid flying into the jettisoned flow. So the jettisoned flow, so the fuel, the jettisoned, descends at about 500 feet per minute. And average weight reduction by jettison only is about 1,600 kilograms per minute. Yeah, exactly, Ghost, yeah. Good. Now, automatic mode. On the MCDU fuel prediction page, here we have jettison gross weight. So enter the final gross weight. Now, we have to be careful, guys, okay? So we have to pre-plan also the fuel that we need to reach Bogota. So we want to be dumping about 10 tons, right? So let's say I want to have 233 tons gross weight. Okay? And then we burn about 3 tons more to get about 10 tons of landing effort, which would be the one we should have. Okay. On the overhead panel, inner tank split 2 push button. My God, where is that? Inner tank split. Transfer inner tank split. Inner tank transfer. Is that the split? Now, hang on. Left. Left at Fukin, next to jettison. Oh, this. Oh, you're right. Yeah. So left. Thank you much, man. I looked at the fuel panel there. So left split. Put 2 push button off. Now it says left and right. It's interesting. So on my checklist, it says number 2 and number 3. Hey, Mr. Frog, grüße nach Wien. So I'm just going to assume it's this one here, because they are next to the jettison. And reopen if previously shut engine fail. Okay, we didn't have engine failure. Now jettison arm. And jettison active on. Let me enter the, or get the fuel page open real quickly. And then let me pop out the window here. And then let's go over panel. So then fuel jettison active. So now we can see fuel is being jettisoned. And it should be jettisoned from all the main tanks. Yeah, I think those are the that's the symbology. Let me close that again. Yeah, there we go. So these are the jettison pumps there. So all four now jettison pump. Cool. So the cool thing is, it will now jettison fuel to reach the gross weight that we've entered. Now that's true, they should be off, right? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, let's leave it at that. Yeah, I think you're correct. These should be off, just to check they are off in case you switched them on. Yeah. Good. Outside view, of course. Now, as expected, I don't think it's simulated visually. And normally, here's the outlet. So that's the pipe for the fuel jettison. So there's nothing visually seen there. Yeah. No, it's not visualized. It is a long aircraft. Now, good thing with jettisoning now, because we seem to have some storms coming up. Some weather coming up, so oops. Right, so 240, and we said 233, so we have to dump about 7 more tons. And it's set 1600 kilograms, so it's going to take about, what, 5 minutes? Chemtrail outlet, yeah. Yeah, so how do you do? I mean, again, for me personally, the textures, they're not as good as some other add-ons, but I still think they look okay. They look perfectly fine. They don't break my immersion. It stopped. You're right. It stopped.
Pick up their past first class. Thank you.
Professor San, hello. Why did it stop?
Hello CPT, grateful for all the knowledge always. I'm an aerospace ENSO. I can tell you all about planes from a very different perspective.
Yeah.
Always learning.
Big respect, Professor San. Thank you for the 3 months and big respect for you being an engineer, aerospace engineer. So huge respect. I find it mind-boggling that engineers were able to create metal objects that can fly time and time again. You know, having temperature regimes from plus 40 all the way to minus 70. You know, over 20, 30, 40 years without them breaking. So, GG's. I don't know why. Is that the minimum fuel value that's allowed to be dumped? Hey, Vitus. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the approach as well. I don't know. But, hang on, there's a difference there. Let me just try that again. Now, one thing I've just noticed, guys, is there's a fuel difference there. So maybe it's a precautionary stop because it's getting fuel imbalance. Yeah, I don't know. So we can't jettison anymore, it seems. Let me see if I find a note somewhere. Oh! It says monitor center of gravity, because it says if the CG limit is reached, which it should really, 28.4%, then it would automatically stop jettisoning. Oh no, you have to stop jettisoning. Alright, it has stopped, so let me stop the fuel jettison then. Everything's shut, everything normal. But it does work. Yeah, sure, Sam. Hit me up on Discord anytime you like. If you're not on there yet, let me give you the link to that. Yeah, low-cost carriers are crying. Look at it, especially at the current fuel prices. No doubt. No doubt. Good. Have we forgotten anything else regarding the approach? So let me enter first of all. Let me enter the approach. So arrival. So we're gonna have to change the approach type first of all. Return. Arrival. There we go. So let's do the R of whiskey. Then it's going to be Doppler 4 whiskey, arrival star, and approach via Amves. Again, and I'm going to insert that. Let's quickly check. Let's quickly check the approach itself. So let's have a look here. Arrival. Let's get constraints here as well. So all the restrictions to Amves, and then at Amves we fly the approach, and you can see that here. So we can see the approach programmed as it should be. Just checking the waypoints really quickly. 414, 401, 402, 403, 700 runway. That looks all fantastic. And then also very important. So in order for the final approach mode to work correctly, you do have to check the following with the charts. So the final approach point is Bravo Oscar 401, this point here. From this point onwards, now it's a curved approach, the radius to fix RF approach. So there's no point in checking track initially, right? It doesn't make sense. But you want to check the descent angle and the total mileage to the runways. So we have 5, so that's 10.3, 14.7, 16.8 in total, okay? 5, 9. So that's let's look again. So 402, there it is. So that's 5, 9 miles. Now let's go backwards. Okay, where's the 401? Okay, so there we go. That's 2 miles, 6 miles, 11 miles. And that's another 5, 16 miles. There we go. So 16 miles does add up. So geometrically, we've got the mileage and we have the descent angle. And so that means, by theory, it should fly the approach nicely and follow the correct path down. And the minimums are probably pretty high. RMP 0.3, Cat Delta 8740. MDA, altitude 8,740 feet. Config 4. So yeah, and then at the minimums, which is only 200 feet plus above the, no, hang on, 83, about 400 feet. Roughly 400 feet above the ground. we're going to have to fly manually. Okay. So that's the latest. But if we want, we can fly this manually at any point in the approach and follow the flight directives. Be aware, beyond the final approach, the runway or the missed approach point, that's correct wording. So beyond the missed approach point, the final the final descent, the final app, it's called final app mode, ends. Because that's where the path calculation ends. And then, if you have the flight director active, you will hear a triple click and the aircraft reverting to heading and vertical speed. That will present at the time the mode switches. But you can, in final app, you can't just leave the flight director active, follow the modes as long as they make sense, and follow the indications as long as they make sense. And then at some point, though, I mean, it's not wrong either to call out for flight director off, bird on, and then just fly visually to the touchdown. Hey, nice, Grove. Yeah, so hope you had a good landing in Frankfurt. Yeah, Vitus. I talked about this on the stream this morning. I did buy because last stream I was streaming the Cessna 172 in Microsoft Flight Sim, and it's fine. Enjoyed it, but I tried the Aerofoils Cessna 172 in X-Plane 12 2 days ago, and it's such a difference in X-Plane regarding the inertia, regarding aerodynamics, the way you have to apply rudder in the turns, completely different to Microsoft. So yeah, I mean, definitely it's there. Right, I'm gonna have something to eat really quickly and read through the questions to see. Is it stuck and transferred? No, I think the trim tank, I'm not sure right now regarding CG. I think the CG is fairly at optimum, and that's maybe why it's not really transferring fuel anymore into the stabilizer, so to the trim tank. I am wondering, so if I open the split, that's shut now. Heh. So what does it do? I mean, right now we've got tank to engine. So each engine is getting fed from its, respective tank. Just wondering what the split does. Let me check that real quick. Split. Okay, so the inner tank split. Now they call it 2 and 3, not left and right. Strangely enough, in the F config. So if it's on, the transfer controller connects the forward inner 2 or 3 section to a jet pump to transfer the fuel of the aft section to the forward section. Okay. I'll dig into that deeper. So that does not have to do anything with transferring fuel from one side to the other. Now, there's some crossfeed here as well. So that's just off. And then we have auto transfer push buttons as well. Right, that would take some serious studying. I'm not gonna lie. Well, we are about to descend. I have to get something to eat really quickly. Good. I think we covered most of the things, so let me just do the following. Let me select landing, auto brake, 2. Yeah, let's do 2. Try to avoid hot brakes today. And landing performance now, landing weight about 235, let's say. So let's do 235. 235. Enter. 35. Enter. So about 2.5 kilometers. So more than 1,000 meter. No, so here actually you do get low 2, 3, 4, and there's another thing here, high. Yeah, so many different settings. Okay, so Sven only used ARM and active buttons. Okay, thank you much for the input, Volker. I appreciate that. Yeah. Good. Now this button, the ARM button, is just for takeoff. So I assume now this is armed, and then on touchdown it would probably just say active, right? Oh no, guys, for takeoff you do takeoff. So for takeoff it has a specific button. RTO ARM. It will show decel here in this auto brake. Okay. Mickey, who knows? Yeah, who knows? It could be bugged. Yeah. Good. So we filled out the approach page. We briefed the approach. We've done the landing calculations. We've set the auto brake. So I think we're pretty much set. So let me do some cinematics while I'm eating. Well, somebody signed something here. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. JS Works. Okay, I can read that. I couldn't read the front here. That is... thank you much, Robbie. No, I did not sign my 787. You can't sign it with permanent markers anyways. That's not allowed. It's a welcome. It's called welcome panel. I think it's called welcome panel. No, not really. You have a special pen that you can clean the writing off again. I think it was called welcome panel. I would hope so too, but I don't think they're going to get highly detailed satellite imagery here in Colombia. Aviamad, thank you. Now, I wonder if they modeled this. So, I mean, the cruise, they had a special name for the aircraft, but it was at some point it was forbidden to name the aircraft that way. Now, at least it has a divider back here, but you can imagine if you stand. Well, I mean, it has a large business class. I mean. But you can imagine if you stand up front here. So this would be business class, and then you have first class as well. But imagine, you know, being up front here and then looking all the way down. Crazy big aircraft. Nice first class. Yeah, I checked the toilets; they don't work now. No buy. No toilets, no buy. I know, some people love the toilets. Unflyable. Right. Now, a quick remark from my real world flying. Whenever I flew to destinations that were typical when it comes to convective weather, like thunderstorms, you know, be it Singapore, be it Bangkok, be it Bogota. Especially Bogota is an airport that can cause some tremendous issues when you have thunderstorms at the field. And the simple reason is that the valley kind of keeps the thunderstorms local. So they don't really move. So normally when you have a thunderstorm at an airfield, you have a certain wind component and it'll push that thunderstorm away. Now if the thunderstorm is stationary, it creates two big issues. One of them is you're going to have to wait until the cloud has lost its humidity, i.e. it rained itself out, and then the cloud collapses, the thunderstorm collapses. But the issue then is, of course, you usually have flooding at the airport. And I had to divert once because we had a thunderstorm overhead Torino airport in Italy. Oh, we got to descend. And we had enough fuel to hold, and we held like 1.5 hours. And then we had to divert. And the reports from the tower, they were actually, I mean, you shouldn't say funny, but they were funny. The way he was documenting, the way the apron looked. And at some point he said, we need boats. we need boats. There's so much water, we need boats. And that was the point I said, okay, I'm out of here. I won't be able to land there. So, yeah. You know, thunderstorms do create some issues, right? Now, as well for the approach, dynamically, you can imagine. Bit of speed brakes out here. Nice small extension. Nice and smooth. Yeah, so I was a bit late with the descent. Let's see, how far off are we? 1,700 feet. Let's see if it can add a bit more speed brakes. Oh, yes, we can. Look at that. So not like an A320. We can actually use a lot of speed brakes. The only limit you're going to have is your VLS. But that's no problem here at all. Now, that's giving you quite a decent descent rate, blimey. That's like immersion descent right now. And we're coming into the path, so time to close the... Let's try this trick. There we go. And let's retract the speed brakes. They're retracting nicely and slowly. Not instant, fantastic. But Aviamar, did you find the document about weather I made? I think it's the first document I made on my subscriber channel there on Discord. I even talked about the different stages of thunderstorm. The wing flex, yeah, I've not really monitored the wing flex too much, but that's always, I don't know, yeah, there's some automakers that do a good job. I've not really watched that too closely. I'm gonna have a look later when we get some turbulence. Yeah, Ghost, absolutely, yeah. So heavy rain showers can actually cause bad visibility. Now I can see already this could be an interesting approach. So there could be some precipitation there on final. Let's recalculate with wet runway. Yeah, 2.7, so still a 1,000 meter buffer, which is okay. We shall see. Let's do another update for the weather. Let's do weather ATARs and METAR. And let's check both. Make sure we have a valid plan B. So this is Medellin, the auto airport. Little wind, good weather. Go up to 1,000, but they have ILS approach, so it shouldn't be an issue. And Bogota, 270 at 11 still. Few 3,000. Look, it says nothing regarding any showers in the vicinity, but they're definitely there. Good, restrictions. Let's have a look. We are coming up to Bravo Oscar 822. And then it's 824. So we've got the first restriction here at 824, max 270 knots, between 240 220, and I'm using nav descent, so managed descent. It has idle power. It's maintaining path. So all good for now. Oh, the footrest. Did I click the footrest? How did I click that? Good, let's descend to 18,000 feet. And the altimeter is still 1025. Let's quickly check performance. 1025, so it's dropped a bit. 1025. Now, I'm not going to bother with the landing performance calculations. It's not going to make a big deal. 270 at 11. the window to 7011. So let's descend now. Out magenta and 1025. Checked. So now it's 22,000 magenta because of that restriction there. Cool. Let's read a approach checklist. Briefing is confirmed. Ecam status checked. Seatbelts. Good point. I'm going to put the lanyards on already. Seatbelts are on. Lanyards on. And the minimum bar roll 8740 feet set. And that's the approach checklist completed. You are correct. Let's get rid of the fuel page. Good, so now it has to decelerate. Now it's already putting it to 250 knots. Interesting. It should be... Well, it says max 270. I find it interesting that it puts it to 250. Well, we'll see. I mean, it's right. It's correct. I mean, the next restriction parapet is at 250. So it's not a bad thing. It's slowing down to 250 knots. Tail transfer. I'm not sure why. Like I said, I'm not rated on the A340. I never was rated on the A340. If it's just a reminder that the tank tail fuel has been transferred correctly, I would assume it is a normal indication. Let me search for it real quickly. Let me see if I can find it. Right, memo display. It means yeah, it means, well, it says that the tank transfer normally has in progress written there as well, and that will be shown on the 340-600 if the trim tank fuel is being transferred. Now, from this, I would say that this message should disappear completely if the fuel has been transferred. I mean, it has 90 kilograms still there, but let me have a look. Let me put this to open. Right. Yeah, now it's transferring fuel. I'm not sure though why that's shown in amber. So that would show a disagreement. Right, now it's 0. Let me do that back to. And maybe that was because of the fuel fuel jettison. I'm not sure. Maybe that was that. Anyways, let's continue concentrating on the approach. Let's make sure that we keep in the loop. So the next restriction is 18,000, which is what we selected and what we have to maintain. Now let's pretend we get, as we would normally get, direct. So after Papet, proceed direct to Amves. So a bit of a shortcut, which is not unusual for Bogota. There we go. Now that changes the path. So let's now say we get descent clearance down to 15,000. So we have still 18,000 magenta because of that restriction there. And then Amves at 230 knots. between 17 and 15,000. So let's see. Okay, so you say the aircraft sounds are too loud. Okay. Let's see. Dialing down the sim sounds just a tad. Is that better? Yeah, it's always difficult to judge what you guys are hearing compared to what I'm hearing. Yeah, but again, I always appreciate the feedback. Bigcast, no, so it should say tank transfer in progress. So this message now that the transfer has stopped should actually disappear. At least to my knowledge, what I can read from the FCOM. Much better, thank you much, Doc. Yeah, it's a bit strange. So I've got these in-ear earphones, and so I've actually dialed down the volume on my earphones down because I find the Microsoft sounds fairly loud. And then the only thing I have is like an equalizer indication from OBS, so the streaming software. And it's so hard to get things like, you know, we have three inputs really. That's the sim, we have my microphone, and we have VATSIM if we want VATSIM, right? And so that's always then difficult to balance everything out correctly. And that's why I need your feedback on that. Big House, okay, thanks, I appreciate that. Thank you much for that. Yeah, probably, Jacob, I would agree. I think the same. It probably broke as we messed around with the fuel jettison. Good. Now, I don't know what the real aircraft would do in this case. It has recalculated now a descent path. So I'm going to put this now to 13.7, which should be, yeah, the initial approach or the final approach altitude. And here's the pseudo deceleration point where the approach phase activates. And one important thing also is, a question I get very often, when can we press the approach button on these RNF approaches? So if you do a final approach mode approach. Let's have a quick look here for the whiskey approach 3 to left. So once you inbound to the final approach point, so in our case today it's Bravo Oscar 401. So once you're inbound to that point, you are allowed to press the final approach mode. Now, this altitude is a mandatory crossing altitude, so you should not be above that altitude, 13.7. You should be exactly at 37, passing the final approach point. Yeah, normally the pilot monitoring has the terrain mode active. All right. Let's dial up the there, and then I have the weather radar normally as a pilot flying.
Good night.
Ghost, good night to you. No worries. You have video on demand if you want. So Ghost, see you soon. Thanks for watching. Good night to you. Avimar, what do you mean? Was some of the route based on nautical miles? So regarding descent, so one of them is you need 3 miles to lose 1,000 feet normally. It doesn't work in the 787. Oh, for pressing approach? No, not really. I mean, now strictly speaking, the rule is you can press the approach button when you're inbound to the waypoint, whereafter you have a glide angle shown in the flight plan page. So, strictly speaking, I mean... Right, let's look at the TAT plus 15, so there's no need for engine LTIs. Now, energy management, we did say 13.7. I'm going to go selected speed here now. Put this to green dot. Or I could actually manually activate the approach phase as well, which we'll do now. And now we get the LDEF and VDEF bar. So that's good. Yeah, a bit of rain, but the airport itself seems to be okay. The max speed, flaps 1, is 280 knots. So here comes flaps 1. Speed check, flaps 1. Bit of rain. Now look at the ground speed, guys. You would think, why are you putting the flaps out already? We're still way outside, 10 miles to descent point. Well, look at the ground speed. 300 knots still. So we need to get the, yeah, that's the next VFE here. So we need to get the speed out, i.e. the energy out of the aircraft. Flaps 2, speed is checked, flaps 2. This is, the ground speeds, because of the high elevation, is it's crazy. No, I never managed to get to here IRL, which is a shame, but unfortunately not, no. I wish I had. But this airport was used for training check captains. I am going to go, believe it or not, I'm going to go gear down here. Gear down. Crazy amount of wheels here. Nice animation. Very smooth. With the tilt of the body gear. Very nice. And let's go flaps 3. Speed is checked, flaps 3. Okay, so now we've talked about this. We're inbound to the final approach point. So here comes approach button on. And we have final app. So then it should start descending once we're past that. Now look at that, 230 knots ground speed still. I'm going to go down to F speed now. Approach speed will be 149. 149. No, Jacob, not that I know of, no. There's no option to keep the body gear up. So, let's see how we do this. Oh, yeah, there we go. Bit of terrain. There's the mountains. Beautiful. Right, now careful. We need to descend. Missed approach was 13,000. Yep. And it's descending, so I'm going to set my missed approach now 13,000, otherwise I'm going to forget. And, okay, so from now on, it's a geometric profile, 3 degree down. But look at the descent rate. Ground speed 200 knots. We need 1,000 feet per minute. That's the decel indication light later, Avimar. Yeah, decel light, exactly. So I'm going to go flaps full here. Speed is checked. Flaps full. Arm the spoilers. I'm going to go to manage speed. Yeah, crazy amount of descent rate. I think somebody was mentioning the rain animation. That should be going sideways, shouldn't it? Not up and down, like here. Yeah, so I think they're going to fix that as well. Good. we've done that. Waiting for the landing checklist to come up. The rest is pretty much done. We're going to put the lights on as well. Around the corner we go. Now we're going to see a bit of... let me try that. Hold on. There we go. Right over the city. The visibility isn't great in the shower, which is quite a challenge. And also look at that. Right over the city. Crazy stuff. The thing is, does the wipers work here? Yeah, it seems to do a little bit. A little halo around the aircraft. You see that? I've never seen that before. It's great. Bogota being Bogota. Yeah, indeed. It's checked. Now, when I tried the approach this, actually yesterday evening, I did see the runway from here. So right now, that's not a helper. Wow, that's pretty bad visibility there.
2000.
Let's check. Right, landing checklist, cabin. Landing checklist complete. Around the corner. Now we can see the runway. Can't see the Part B lights yet. Oh, I can. 2 white, 2 red. Nice. 2 white, 2 red. Wind from the left, 3 knots. That's okay. I'm going to go manual thrust already. Get a feel for the aircraft. 2 white, 2 red. You know, this is going to be a tough one. Yeah, now as expected, we're going to get a little bit low in the profile. Manual flight. And so 1,000 feet per minute is roughly 2.5 degrees pitch. Keep following the flight director around the corner.
1000.
It's checked. Smooth around the corner. Small inputs. Yeah, slightly low, correcting. Just a tad. Not too much. See what does to the descent rate. 800 feet per minute. 700. You've got to be so careful with that. Small inputs. Let's regain the path. 800 feet per minute.
500.
Come on.
400. 400.
Just a little bit low. Right, now 600 feet per minute. Now it's going to come in very quickly. Be careful. There we go. Now adjusting the pitch already.
100 above.
Again, trying to get to that 800 feet per minute rate of descent.
300. Minimum.
Continue.
200.
Try not to get high in the approach. Okay, that's a disregard that call out. So slightly low again. Let's correct that nice and smoothly. Disregard. False call out.
50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. Retard. 10. 5.
Oh! There was a lag there, fortunately. So we have spoilers, reversed. That landing is going to look ugly. That landing is not going to look nice. Not going to lie. Flare was okay initially, but I did get caught out a bit on the on releasing the back pressure of the. I'm gonna have to do that again. Let me just get to the apron, and then we'll do a replay. I'm surprised. I thought initially the brake was okay. And And then I didn't pitch down really. I just relaxed the back pressure just a tad. It was too much. Yeah, we'll see all of that glory. But before that, before we touched down, the rest was good. I liked the way it did the RNF approach. And hand flying was nice as well. It reacted to the inputs. So any deviation, that was pilot error. That was not aircraft error. Good. Let's get off the runway here. And let's do the items. Let's get TCAS off. This. And landing light off. Strobes off. And let's start the APU. Right. Streamer error, yeah. But I tell you what, I mean, for those of you who get the add-on, you've got to practice landings. Thank you much, Pilot Sep. Once again, thanks for the support today. You're going to have to practice landing with this aircraft. Just like the MD-11. Yeah, I'm not sure how far the PAPI was off. Could be, but I mean, visually. Now, also, remember, guys, be careful with the PAPI. Officially, so our rules officially said that we were not allowed to follow PAPI signals below 200 feet height. Okay. So be aware of that. Also, the further in you get, the displacement angles get less and less and less. It means that if you're like 8 miles out, you have to be like 300 feet high or low to get the, full white or full red indication. Now, when you're only like half a mile from the PAPI lights, only like 30 feet difference in altitude will give you the same kind of displacement indication. So be careful when you try to correct PAPI light indication and you're close to the runway. Colin, I am not sure, but what you will feel is the aircraft definitely feels heavy. Yeah, 40 flare, retard 20, yeah. I think one thing you have to practice is just the flare initiation, and then afterwards monitor your control inputs, because whatever I've done, the nose lowered just a tad too much, and that created that faster drop then on the second part of the flare. One thing though, and yeah, we had a little lag just prior to touchdown, or in the flare, which was a bit upsetting as well. But I don't want to take that as an excuse. But nonetheless, FPS performance is nice. I'm using DLSS, of course, but still, very smooth on my end here, so that's also nice. Well, at least, Colin, I can tell you that I do feel more immersed here on the Toliss 340, Aerosoft Toliss. So I would say that, and immersed, I mean that I feel, yeah, the aircraft just responds. Well, the taxi cam we could try again, but I've learned that you need. Oh, we do have some. Well, not really any stronger indications. Little bit. So it's, you need satellite data, so the textures, to be able to see the taxi line. And again, if it's too washed out, you can't really see it very well here. Now let me go find a parking spot. Where can we park? Let me just ask GSX here. GSX. Hello? GSX doesn't want to start. Interesting. Let's try it this way. Hold on, where's my GSX? There we go. That was missing. Right, parking. Gates. 6 suitable. Heavy. 19. Where's 19? Where's 19? 19. Bad preparations from my side. I admit that. Taxi. Parking spots. Parking stands. 19. Oh, it should be right here. Yeah, we'll take 19. There it is. Fantastic. Right. That, boys, I have been using a big TV screen, as you saw there on the port screen. So if you go have a look at the bottom right corner there, you can see I'm using is it 68-inch or 62-inch TV screen. And for me personally, there's no going back. So I definitely feel it's a great experience. Yeah, I can't go back to a small screen. Hope it doesn't ruin my eyes, but Diff Loris, very nice. Again, it's been a 12-hour flight, and it worked. No crash to desktop, no wasn't crashes. Even at the end, smooth. So exactly, Chaos. That's exactly what I wanted to try out today. I can't see the marshaller, which doesn't really help. So let's go into the outside view, shall we? Oh, that's a bad lineup again. Test. Now the replay will be interesting. Let's stop it. The replay will be interesting. Park brake is set. APU is available. APU bleed on. Anyone know? Does the replay work also when you have the engine switched off? It shouldn't really matter, should it? Because it pauses the sim, right? Nice sounds. Guys, the reason, the thing is, so I've received another, although I'm not sure if I've received the, if I can use that copy. Yeah, so I've released, I've got another release candidate that I'm allowed to stream.
The Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks, and premium flight entertainment will be served.
Pod, hello to you.
Hello, great stream. Watched the takeoff on VOD and now live. Always so informative. Regarding FlyHub, at Pilot said I recommend an automatic start of flight recording. I forget all the time to start my flights. Just as what happened today.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think so. Pod. First of all, thanks so much, and I'll be doing well. Greetings to you. Yeah, so in the app, you mean like in the FlyHub app? So there is there's a setting for automatic start. Is there? I have to see. I'll talk to Seb. Yeah, make sure that I don't miss that next time. Okay, guys, quick replay as promised. So let's do the replay first. So we should go back. Hang on. How do I do this? Replay mode. Ah, there we go. Yeah, let's let the sim load here. Play. Nice. Okay, cool. Ah, okay. So Seb, you're saying you're still testing it. Okay. Yeah, okay, fantastic, guys. So cargo pilot, yes, indeed it does fly. Now, again, I'm just contemplating if I should install the latest update, and then maybe we could do a pattern, but not necessarily Bogota, but maybe, I don't know. Yeah, it should be V-Pilot, yeah. V-Pilot Bogota. Hat tricks, normally no. The only issues you would encounter is the general issues that, of course, you know, 4K takes up more resources than 2K. But there shouldn't really, I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong, but there shouldn't be a difference between a 4K 30-inch monitor and a 62K 4K monitor regarding game performance. There will be a difference regarding 2K and 4K, of course, but that's not dependent on the monitor itself or the size of the screen. Yeah, Elias, I remember that as well. The Lufthansa hard landing. The aircraft was grounded for a very long time after that. So I can imagine landing this thing IRL is also, you know, especially with crosswinds. And it's always an issue with long aircraft in crosswind conditions, because you're being taught to decrab the aircraft. But with large crosswind, as you decrab the aircraft, you move the wings away from the oncoming wind, right? So yeah, literally, you know, kind of side slipping the aircraft, creating more drag, and hence increasing the descent rates. So you have to counteract that, or be ready to, you know, to watch for a nose drop. So indeed, now let me see. Can we do tower view here? No. Where's my tower? Nearest runway. No, tower view. That's the wrong tower. Airports. All right. Then we'll do this again. All right. So let's have a look at the landing then. Ay. Yeah, I would have thought we're so close to the tower here. Right, let's see what happened then. Okay, so coming into the flare. So here's the flare, nose up, and then the nose dropped. So I think it was my input that the okay, let me try to see if I can see my inputs here. I can't see the dig inputs, or can I? So make sure I have the right pitch.
300. Minimum.
Can't see that, but we'll have a look at the pitch value, okay?
200.
Let's look at when I put the thrust to idle.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10.
Okay. So definitely a nose drop. I think I just let go of the back pressure. I think I just let go of... Yeah, the replay is fantastic. Love that one. So I think, yeah, that was definitely my bad. That I just let go of the back pressure. Ah, airports. It doesn't show. That's weird. It doesn't show Bogota as the airport, and it doesn't have nearest runways either. That's weird. Oh, that's a nice angle as well. Tail cam. The gear, so the animations you're seeing here is, of course, that's a problem with the DLSS. It's just one of those things, you never get everything perfect. So DLSS improves, FPS performance greatly, giving us the chance to get some wonderful FPS. The downside is the animations. Love the strut animation as well. Nice. Yeah, so that's what I mean. That's DLSS. Nice sounds. Nice. Aviamar. The only stutters I'm really now noticing that annoy me are the ones that we've seen just now on the landing, where something loads in the flight sim and causes that little, lag, split-second lag, just in the flare. Always catches me out. Incubus, I like it, and I said I'll pay the full price for this. So even though I got a previous version, I will pay the price for this, and this actually will be my, at the moment, my first choice for the Cross the Pond next month. Because it has proven extremely stable today. Nice FPS. It gives me also the options with the autosaves. Jump ahead features to get, if anything should happen, if the sim does crash, to quickly get back into the flow again. That's definitely a plus. Right. Okay. I was talking about installing maybe the last update. Whoop. Hello. Hello. Okay. So maybe that's not such a good idea to stop the replay mode again. But anyways, maybe we'll... There we go. Alright, we're back. Okay, just animation stuff. Good. Oh really, Sven flipped on the runway. Oh no. Okay, so you gotta be careful with that. Okay, anyways. If you would stick with me a few more minutes, I'm going to try to update to the latest version. Although I just need to check. I just need to read if it needs a new code or not. Let me see. Because the issue is if I oh, okay. Okay, I'm going to try. I am going to try. If it doesn't work, I mean, I'll be streaming this Friday, and I will showcase this on Friday again as well, for sure. Yes, yeah, Joe. Yeah, so I can read again. I mean, so let's have a look. Hang on. So let me have a look. Announcements. Right. So that's at 5:24, and it says. You can put your content right away online. There's no embargo. Okay, so there's no embargo, they say, and so I'll try that. Okay, so I'll leave this stream running. Just gonna put you on pause screen here. No, hang on, not this one. This one here. It shouldn't take long. I've already downloaded it, so it shouldn't really take that long. So let's have a look here. Okay. The verdict. So Voyager. I mean, so I've always enjoyed the Toliss aircraft in X-plane, and even though the textures there are not as nice as we have seen in now in Microsoft, so the textures have improved. I know people are still not 100% happy with it, but the Hoovy nothing. We landed in Bogota, not the best landings. So we still need to practice. But overall, the whole flight was successful. Volker, I don't know if that is the final version. I can just say it's a new version. Anything else will have to be announced by Aerosoft Toliss officially. So this is a new, they call it release candidate. I'm allowed to stream it, produce content with it. So yeah, and they said they're going to release tomorrow. Hey, Toliss installation. There we go. So, why do you? Yeah, so I have the flightsim Pro. Sorry, FS Projects flight stick. Oh, was it minus 340? No, that is fine. Yeah, it's all right. It's not too bad then. Oh, hang on. Toliss. Okay. All right, I'll try to download the last one again. Okay, thanks for reminding me. Yeah, Voyager, that's always an issue, isn't it? Finding time to. So the one in the announcement channel, correct? So the media partner announcement channel, just to make sure, that's the one. Oh, we had Volanta running, so maybe I can do the I could check Volanta for the landing rate. Hang on. So look, review. No, because we did the replay. I guess it didn't like that. Okay. Okay, where it says where it also has below, right? Where it has the situations as well. That's the one you mean. Okay, I'll try that. Yeah, but definitely, I had no issues. I had no issues with the RF approach, so that worked fine. Even at this challenging airport, you know, high elevation airport, so no complaints from my side there. I'm not sure if you are able to receive Discord messages, because the thing is, I'm not sure. So, is it the RC4? Okay, if you see 1.0, just do the new download. Oh, hang on. Okay. Yeah. Well, oh, hang on. So there's one that says 1.00 RC4, and then let's see, announcements. Because that's the old one from the 7th. That's an old link though. Hang on. Hold on. Yeah, and a download page. Yeah, thanks. Yes, I mean it's probably safer. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, because it doesn't say on the download page. It doesn't say the you know the version number. So that's what's confusing me right now. In the meantime, so overall, I would definitely say that we demonstrated a nice stable version, which was very enjoyable. And I addressed the only issue that I found was the fuel flow being different to what SimBrief gives you. And the only thing you can do there is to calculate the SimBrief with a -5% fuel flow. And then it should be okay. Then it should be fine. Apart from that, flying, VNAV, programming, direct offsets, equitime point we did. I've seen no issues. Oh, the fuel. Okay, fuel dump. That's true. Maybe, but again, Jacob, it's always difficult if you're not rated on the aircraft. So, you know, if I say that message should disappear, you know, take that with a grain of salt because I'm not rated on the aircraft. So, maybe the indication was correct. Well, I don't know. Right, he's still typing. I'm not sure his typing. God, hurry up. I don't want to keep everyone waiting here. Yeah, replay, fantastic, right? I mean, we've seen it many times already on different... No, we just finished because we have the option to get a... Yeah, so I'm trying to download the latest version to try that. But there's just a bit of a communication issue regarding what the latest version should be. Content, create a server. Right, they call it media. Is it because they call it the media partner? I tell you, I'm going to send you a screenshot. That's the last version that I'm seeing. That is the last version. And that was at 7. Okay. Yeah, so we're trying to download the latest version.
The Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience.
Okay, so the problem is I don't see any other download links.
First class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks, and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Yeah, so I don't see any other channels, I'm afraid. So maybe then... Okay. Question is, did you change anything to the flight model? Because then I would just do, 1 or 2 patterns to test the flight model again to see if we can nail the landings a bit better. Maybe Will, thank you much for 52. Maybe Will, how are you doing? And Alex, sorry for the late caller. Alex, thank you for the 37 months. Buonasera, hope you're doing nice. Greetings to Italy. Yeah, the plane was performing fine. I had no issues. So the reason why we closed the sim, we closed it on purpose because, okay, so there's no change to the flight model. Guys, so anything else that's going to be changed in the release candidate, no need to be worried right now because the flight model is the same, so we can do another pattern here. So we're going to put the aircraft to about 230 tons again. And then we're just going to fly a pattern and try to land, properly, like a pro. But it was interesting to see. So Captain A320 on YouTube, fantastic personality and fantastic pilot, real world pilot. He's a training captain as well, and he flew the A340-600 IRL, and he as well initially had some issues landing it, meaning. He hasn't been flying it for ages as well, so it's a thing to get used to the different flight feel. And what I like is the fact that, so let's put it this way, I don't like add-ons that feel too basic, where it kind of loses the character of the real aircraft. So landing it is totally easy, right? Especially when aircraft are too flary, meaning you don't have to do much, and it literally flares on its own. And it's nice for the feeling, right, for the ego, but for the real pilots, I mean, if an aircraft requires a certain kind of technique to land it good and softly, then no. So the thing is, so Flying Fox, that was on my side because I did a landing yesterday where I had a feeling I didn't pull back enough on the stick to flare. So this time I did too much, I think, and that's why it kind of pitched up fairly quickly.
Thank you.
Paul, thank you very much for gifting yourself to Flying Fox Watson. Paul, thank you so much for that. So what I want to do now with the patterns is I want to see if I can kind of get a hang of when to flare, right? That's the idea. All right, let's go. Where shall we go to? Let's go to Stuttgart. Let's go to Stuttgart. Tom, there's a lot of aircraft that, for example, the PMDGs. So be it the 737. 777 is hard to say because it has a fly-by-wire system again. But I find the 777 PNG, I find it easy to land. The FENIX A320, I also find a bit kind of, I don't know, it just feels different to the real aircraft. That's all I can say. Now, I know they're going to update again and make it feel better. But what I'm saying is that there's a lot of aircraft out there that don't really have any feel of inertia. So they kind of react you know, like the very, very small aircraft, pitch sensitive, and you have to kind of dial down the pitch curves under the controls yourself, that sort of stuff. So here I've not tweaked the curves. Curves are linear, and the aircraft just feels nice and heavy. Well, at least the level D sims have you know, inertia simulation. Of course, it's not 100% like the real aircraft, but still, I mean, let's put it this way: there are level D simulators that are certified for landing training. So again, not saying the sim is perfect, but it is good. It's good to practice real world landings and those things. So. Oh, sorry for the Flying Fox Maxim. Hang on. Let me scroll up. Oh, here we go. So I watched Mattia testing the A340-600 yesterday. Tried flying RP project into Munich. The required RP always stayed at 0.5. No, so I mean it should. Hang on, where am I? It should. It should go to 0.3 normally, as far as I can remember. I'm going to put this, the weather... Actually, no, hang on, it's nice. It's fine weather. Yeah, we'll take this. So what values do we have currently? Let me take this to live daytime, but live weather. Ah, that's horrible. No, disregard. Let's make this custom weather. So for the wind, just a little bit there, just a bit of wind. It's loud again, isn't it? Hang on. Sorry for that. Yeah, so that's better, hopefully. Alright, let's do Stuttgart, just for the patterns. So let's do 280 passengers, 5,000 feet. Okay, then weight and balance. Totally. Okay, so no worries. Yeah, that's fine. No worry. You know, as long as the flight model hasn't changed, we're good to try this out again. Right, I'm going to put this to 15 tons fuel, 0 fuel weight, so landing weight about 230. So apply these values. Take performance, Stuttgart is 2.5. That's the wind. 1004. Is it? Got 1004. So flaps 1 takeoff. Up 3.3. So no departure route, just the runway. And for the landing, I will tune the ILS. No star, no via. To get myself nice and stable in the approach, to do a nice flare, hopefully. In it, B page, sort of fuel weight is 243. So that's 1 up 3.3. Flex temperature is 67. Always forget the F67. And then 52, 52, 57. Right one. Alright, let's do 3,000 as the pattern altitude, shall we? 3,000. Auto brake max. Lights on. And radar PWS. Takeoff config looks good. Trim up 3.3. Right, let's go. Flex 67 SRS runway on plus set. So here already it does accelerate a bit better than what we had earlier because it's a bit lighter, but it still feels like a nice heavy aircraft. Careful pitch, let the aircraft lift off, and then we go to 12 degrees, positive rate, gear up, enough. I have a feeling. G-loaded camera off. I have a feeling that manual thrust, manual flight. Let's do left-hand pattern. This will go off and 3,000 feet. Let's pitch down a bit. Let's get thrust reduced. Let's go to S speed for flaps 1. And then we'll do a normal pattern as we always do. 2.5 mile offset. Here comes flaps 1. Sorry, flaps 1 speed, S speed. Let's set the power for that. Flight director off. Bird is on. 25 degree bank. Very nice. Beautiful. We have a little bit wind. Yeah, 2.5 miles looks good enough for me. That's fine. A little bit of tailwind, so we're gonna have to subtract about 6-7 seconds from the outbound timing. That's looking good. Oops. There you go. Right. So where's the runway? There's the runway. So just looking for the beam point now, which is there, and so we'll start the chrono. Now let's go 40 seconds outbound. Here comes flaps 2. Speed is checked. Flaps 2. Let's reduce the airspeed slowly. 2.5 miles. That's good. It's okay. So around about 40 seconds, we'll put the gear down, turn. Okay, so here comes the gear, turning base, 25 degrees. Keep the altitude though. Flaps 3, speed is checked, flaps 3. Now activate the approach phase. Is not needed. Good. Now we just start descending. Flaps full. Speed is checked. Flaps full. And we do a touch and go. Spoilers armed. Although, let's disarm the spoilers, non-standard for touch and go. Right, 1 white, 3 red, not doing too badly. Let's do the turn to final here. Is checked. Hard to see now. Low or high. At the speed. Yeah, 1 white, 3 red, so we're doing okay now. Let's adjust descent rate, and as always now, trying to get a nice stable approach. So gears down, we've got the flaps full, spoilers non-standard, disarmed, and auto brake is off. Right, on path, 160 knot ground speed, so let's aim for about 700 feet per minute rate of descent. Right, let's see if we can get the flare better this time. Oh, I dislike the EPR values there, man.
500. 400.
Let's try to keep that picture going.
300.
Keep that picture, keep that picture.
200.
Stay on path. Get it slightly low.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10, 5.
That felt alright. I'm not sure how much it would have given me on the sync rate there, but it felt good. We got replay mode, right? We could use it. Yeah, disregard the cost rate gear. So let's use the replay mode. Right, let's go outside. I mean, it felt good.
100.
It's hard to judge. I mean, it's kind of the impression you have, right? And right, let's go manual thrust again. Manual flight directors off. Good. It's weird, isn't it? It's kind of so because of the way the landing gear is angled and situated, it's really hard to tell how a landing would feel. So same deal, guys. We'll do another visual approach, touch and go. Yeah, that's true. That looked like a horrible landing. Yeah, broke the nose wheel. But I mean, shit happens, right? It's just the way it is. Okay, we're at flaps 2. Let's go flaps 1. Accelerate again to S speed really quickly. 3,000 feet it is. 2.5 miles offset. Looking good. Reset the chrono for the timing. So I'm trying to focus on the N1 values, not the EPR. The EPR are a horrible gauge to see your power settings. So I'm going to use the N1 values there. A bit smaller though. Hard to see. Good. Let's try to get stable again. Nicely outbound. 2.5 mile offset. Looking good. I like it. Again, looking for the beam point. Threshold, I would say there it is. Same deal, 40 seconds outbound. Here comes flaps 2. Speed is checked, flaps 2. Reduce the power just a tad. Oh, this is what I mean. Look, this is like so the outer tank transfer in progress. Same should be for the tail tank. And then once that's finished, I think it should disappear again. That's one way, fantastic. Let's maintain altitude, 32 seconds. 40 seconds, gear coming down, flaps 3, speed checked, flaps 3. Keep the altitude until we have the approach speed. And then we descend with the approach speed. Here's flaps full, speed is checked, flaps full. Spoilers disarmed, non-standard. Setting the power. Go for the speed. Should be a bit better with the profile. Looks a bit higher than it was before. Trying to get normal values now. Pitch power 50%. We have 3 white, 1 red. So a bit better shape this time. Trying to 2 white, 2 red. Trying to turn now. Let's see if we can get without a big overshoot. 2 red, 2 white. Still good. Let's keep the descent rate going. 50%. Careful with the sink rate. Yep.
1,000.
Checked. Here comes final. 1 white, 3 red. Let's see the power setting we need. Looking good. Right. And again, trying to get stable on the approach. 51% looks good for now. Maybe a tad less. 49%. Ivamo, we didn't check the RTA stuff, but we checked offset and we checked equi-time points. Those worked. But these are things I would check next time maybe. Right, we got gear down, 4 greens. We have flaps full. We have spoilers non-standard disarmed and no auto brake selected. Right, let's do again.
400.
The thing is though, this runway, that's bad planning on my side. It has a strong uphill slope, by the way.
200.
Jesus Christ.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10, 5.
Ah! This is it. I just kept the back pressure. That helped tremendously. Flaps 2. That was much better. Yeah, that was much, much better. Bars right. Gear up. Disregard. Right, let's do another replay here. Yes, much better. That's the way I like it. Careful, lower the nose gear down onto the ground. Yeah, that's much better. Much better. We could try crosswind landing, yeah. No, the recorder works automatically.
40.
Right, let it reset itself. Good, manual thrust. Manual flight. Flight directors off. Bird on. Turning downwind. And then let's activate the approach phase. Let's go flaps 1. Let's fly S speed. Yeah, and then we can try to get some crosswind, yeah. The thing with the crosswind though is, especially with a long aircraft like this, we want to try 50 knot crosswind, is the way you're situated, you know, in a crabbing motion away from, so the cockpit is like way offset from the center line. And then when decrabbing, you've got to be careful not to do it too hectically. So you have to be careful with the so the wind, let's do this at that. Is it like, again, meters per second? Let's do 10. Let's see what happens with 10 knots, okay? Careful the speed, 2.5 miles offset looks good. Altitude looks good. Correcting. Yeah, I don't really care much for these landing rate indications, Mr. Frog. For me, it counts what I feel, and then the replay. I mean, if you stop the chrono. I mean, if you've seen the flaps 2, the replay there. I mean, I'm sure you'll agree. I've got in from the right now. You'll agree it was a good landing. Right. Yeah. Turbulence. Right, flaps are 2. Oh, I've got to judge now the time. Right, let's go gear down. Flaps 3. And flaps 4. Speed check. Flaps 4. Spoilers disarmed. Let's start our descent. Yeah, correcting.
Speed.
Yeah, I think a bit further out this time. So we're going to have to adjust here. Yeah, I didn't time the approach correctly. Yeah, so we're definitely a bit low here. Let's correct that. And wind 50 knots. What? Hold on. I never understand the wind stuff, guys. Like, why has it got
1,000.
What's happening here? What's this wind? Careful of the speed again. Come on. Yeah, now the speed is dropping. Right, there we go. That's better. 50 knots wind.
1,000.
Yeah, ground speed mini is adding a few knots extra. There we go, on path. Right, 25 knots from the left. It's already a bit much, really, for the first landing. Crosswind landing of the 340. So let's see. Alright, let's try to get the values again. Power, pitch. I'm getting a bit high. Oh! Oh, it's the wind. It's that... the up and down drafts, which I hate so much here in Microsoft. Always like completely overdone. Yeah, sync rate I'm seeing. Just trying to get some sort of normal values there. Right, so there we go. Yeah, correcting.
200.
It's weird, the picture.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10, 5.
I don't know what it is, but that looked really weird here on the rows. Yeah, I'm gonna stop here. I don't know why it showed like, yeah, like I was pointing down the center line, and the nav display looked like it was offset. It's kind of strange. Let me see. Let me replay that from the outside. That felt really strange. Well, definitely crabbing. Yeah, we're definitely crabbing the aircraft. We're tracking centerline as well. And then, of course, that looked so strange from the flight deck. Let me try again from the flight deck.
500.
So, I'm just going to put numbers here.
300. 200. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10, 5.
Isn't it weird? Yeah, like it didn't look like I was crabbed in the aircraft compared to the outside. How strange. Alright. Let me try that again. But, I mean, it also shows another difficulty you face when you have a crosswind landing. Is that when you decrab the aircraft, you've got to be ready for that lift wing, the lift, so the wing lifting up. You've got to be ready for that. And especially now with the engines, the big engines on the outside part of the wing, yeah, you can have a pot strike really quickly. So yeah, it's very challenging, no doubt. It's weird, isn't it? I felt the same. It felt like, I mean, even if I have a bit higher if I'm sitting a little bit higher than normal, it shouldn't make the impression that we're not crabbing the aircraft. Right. So what it should look like is that the runway should be offset a little bit to the side. So the runway should be in the window a little bit to the right. And then we're tracking that center line in a crabbed motion, right? So that was really strange. And the thing is, so Avimar, and this is where I have to give credit to Aerosoft Toliss there. What you feel is that even after you land, so even when the wheels have touched down, you have to continue to fly the aircraft. You cannot simply let go of the flight controls. You need to keep the input, all right, the little bit stick input to counteract that crosswind until the spoilers have completely deployed and all of the lift has been destroyed. So yeah, careful with having the thought of feeling touchdown and then stopping the wind corrections. All right, are we going to get loaded here or not? I mean, it is still moving, so let's have a look. But again, it feels like a big aircraft. It's a challenge to land the aircraft. But one thing I've learned already is that when you do the flare, be careful to relax the stick input. Right, so 1.8, so wind from left, speed. Now, I have a feeling that is in meters per second, not knots, is it? 77 knots? What? What is this? Are you joking? Blimey. Right. Quickly gonna add a bit of weight here, quick refuel, apply these figures, 214.3 still. So let's do Echo Delta Delta Foxtrot. Let me first master 20 knots of crosswind, guys, and then we can think about something else. 2, 3, 2. So flaps 1 up 3.3, 68. Just going to take the same values as we had in Stuttgart. They're not going to be much different. 52, 58. Good to go. Hey Bob, you know exactly how we can do that. Come on. So same thing, same deal. We're going to do the pattern in 2,000 feet altitude this time. Cargo Pilot, take care. I know you have an early start tomorrow. Yeah, let's get 10 o'clock. So thanks for watching, Cargo Pilot. Wish you all the best tomorrow. Alright, let's do this. So we've got thrust set, Bunflex 68, SOS, runway on thrust blue. 9 knots. Didn't I set wind from the south? Why has it got wind from the right? And that's something with Microsoft I don't understand. Yeah, now the wind is from the left. Right here. I know we have to be careful with wind indication on the ground, especially when you're applying rudder, so we have a bit of yaw moment. I'm aware of that, but oh yeah. Okay, so we have wind. It's about a little bit more. So let's do that more from the south. There we go. Okay, so 2,000 feet, flight directors off, bird on. Downwind heading. Flaps are 1. And then we'll do activate the approach phase 1004. The rest we don't need. Decelerate, we'll do that. Yeah, so we have to bit more wind correction angle here. We're not quite at 2.5 mile offset yet, and we're going to have some wind on base, tailwind on base. So I do want to have the 2.5 miles offset to the runway. Otherwise, we're going to overshoot the runway for sure. Let's try that again. Okay, seating position. That's good. Now getting closer to 2.5 miles. There's the runway. We'll take the center runway for landing. So here comes a beam. A little bit tailwind component, flaps 2. So we'll go outbound maybe 37 seconds. Keeping 2,000 feet, slowing down, 2.5 miles. So 34, 35, 36, 37, gears coming down. Flaps 3, speed is checked, flaps 3. Let's maintain altitude until we have the approach speed. Flaps 4, speed is checked, flaps 4. Disarming the spoilers for touch and go. Let's set the correct power setting, about 48, 49%. Let's have a look here for the runway. 2 white, 2 red, looking okay. Careful with the overshoot here, careful with the speed, come on. Right, one path, so let's try to get a center line again. Okay, so... Alright, maybe it's just the seating position, I don't know. It's just, yeah. We're definitely crabbing. I've got crab angle. I can see that now from the flight deck view, definitely. But now, look at this.
500.
So trying to get onto center line. Let's do that.
400. 300.
Right, let me. I just paused the sim. Let me go. I mean, look at the crab angle that we have. I'm kind of pointing. I'm pointing here with a nose. Yeah. I wonder, yeah, I think, you know what? I think what it does is the anticipation from chase plane. So it's kind of anticipating the, you know, the crab. So it's kind of changing the viewpoint. Oh, yeah, that feels like really strange. It could be chase plane indeed. How weird. Right, let's see. So let's keep the stick input in. Oh. That's a challenge. Not gonna lie, that is a challenge to land. There was another, yeah, there was wind change, right? Why? Now let me get to real time. Sorry, real time. No, not real time. Custom. But let's go to live weather. I have a feeling that something's really messed up with the Microsoft weather. Or I'm just too stupid to set the weather correctly with the crosswind. So let's see what we have here in Frankfurt right now. Maybe we're lucky we have a good crosswind. Real world weather. Yeah, 210 at 5. I mean, we have a bit of wind. Let's see if this works. Why is engine 3 not running? Hang on. Oh, it's one of those. Yeah. It's the bug where hang on. Yeah. There's something I found strange from my wind control throttle quadrant, that once I've activated reverse thrust on the 3 engine, I just can't get it back again. Oh, there we go. Hang on. All right. Maybe I have to fail the 3 engine. Good, so let's do max power. Let's hope we have enough runway to lift off. Oh shit, alright, so let's do level 50. Alright, gear up. Oh, okay, I know why. You can only do this in... Good, we can test the failure, so let's see what we can do here, shall we? So let's do fault controls. Let's do engine 3. Let's do hot EGT. So we can see the EGT, so the exhaust gas temperature, slowly rising. Drehstuhlpilot, hello. Let's see where it goes to. Secondary flight plan really quickly. In it. Secondary, there we go. Right, yeah, I've got it. So look at this, 843, oh, there we go. Engine 3, EGT over limit, thrust lever 3. It should say retard below limit or something, really, normally. So number 3. Let's say it's damaged, okay? We'll say it's damaged. And so max speed to 50. Let me get down. Oh, brake's hot. Ah, okay. Right, 250 below is fine, just for brake cooling. Let's do that. And then number 3, confirmed. Master switch off is confirmed. Off. MCT, speed mode, engine 3 shutdown, engine start, select ignition start, fuel and balance monitor, we'll do that, clear engine 3, air abnormal bleed config, cross bleed open. I think that has to do with the restart, which I don't really want to do. Try the checklist, but normally I don't think we want to do that. So bleed, cross bleed, open, airflow, auto low. Ugh. Oh, there we go. Low. And then forward cargo regulator off. Forward cargo. The temperature's right. I'm going to ignore that for now. Good. So let's clear that. Interesting. So yellow pressure is low. Just wondering if the PTU, because to my understanding the PTU would kick in, right? Anyone know where the forward cargo regulator, where that is situated? So you have to put these two off. Ah, you're right. That was it. Okay, cool. So that's done. That's done. The thing is, though, I'm a bit worried about in-up system yellow hydraulic. Would that be the case? Engine 3? Hey, Bruno. So it doesn't have PTU, That's interesting, right? Question is, would we feel yellow hydraulic pressure being low? So use flaps 3 for landing. Yeah, okay, then there's no PTU, right? And then I guess there's no power transfer taking place. Interesting. No star, no riot, insert. Performance. So let's go 4. Temperature about 10. And the wind was 210 at 5. 210 at 5. So let's do 560 MDA. Alrighty, let's turn to final. Flight director on, LS on. So landing distance procedure applied. Let's say we've done that. 4,000 meter runway is fine. Fuel and balance monitor. Flaps slow because of the yellow hydraulic. Okay. Cat 3 single only. So partial spoilers. Reverse 3. Cat 3 dual. Engine 3 bleed. Yellow engine 3 pump. And generator 3. Okay. We can start the APU maybe to help with the electrical supply. Although maybe that's a bit overdone because we still have 3 other generators, right? Probably still a bit far out to get the ILS. There we go. Yeah, push face wasn't activated. Okay, there we go. So now we have the ILS. We may have to send the man in there. He is already down. Flaps 2. Speed check flaps 2. Speed managed. There's 2. Lock star.
$2,500.
Let's check. I'm still confused with the wind. I mean, maybe this like that IRL flight, but I mean, that's 3 speed checked. Like it reports ground wind from the southwest, and here we got like 300 or 290 degrees at 15 knots. So that's kind of strange, right? Alright, flaps 3 for landing we said, so flaps 3, there's no flap 3 button there. So flaps 3, let's do water brake 3, it's done. Flaps landing, 3, there we go. Landing checklist, ECA memo, landing no blue. Hey midair. Thrust. So IRL, I would expect the same. You would not really feel much difference on the 4-engine aircraft. you know, when you have engine 3 failed. So maybe just a tad. Well, even with flaps 3, you don't need much more power, much thrust. So there's not a huge kind of asymmetry with the thrust.
100 above.
So IRL, I wouldn't really expect much problem. How many problems?
Minimum.
Okay, wind is changing now. Continue. So now the wind is coming from the south. Yeah.
Good night.
Voyager, good night to you. Yeah, we'll finish the stream very shortly. Just one more landing here. I'm getting the hang of the landing technique now. So it's more like a derotation than a quick pull. So you're just going to find your sweet spot regarding when to initiate the flare. And it's not a quick pull, it's just a nice derotation. And then just keep the stick input. Whatever you do. I mean, if you have to relax the pitch input because, you know, the pitch goes up a bit too high, a bit too fast. But don't go back to 0 pitch input. Just keep back pressure, right? I think that's the key. So that's
40.
Let's do that. So one last time here. Have a replay. One thing though that I find really strange is the way the body gear is angled. I'm kind of wondering if that kind of creates some thumps on touchdown. Because it's completely angled opposite. Let me do that again.
40.
Yeah, Bodenseeschwalbe, thank you much for watching. Good night to you. Someone says kind of multiple touchdowns IRL. Yeah, it just seems like the way the gear is situated like this. It's kind of strange. Let's go a bit closer here. Oh, I would imagine the real one does it well. Yeah. I'm not saying it's wrong. So nice derotation, held the pitch there. Nice. Spoilers. Yeah, that's better. But, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. 25 knot crosswind in this thing. Have fun with it. I can just imagine doing this IRL, so the landing, the hard landing we saw with the Lufthansa 340, with the gusty crosswind. I honestly think this will get you sweating in the real aircraft. I really think that's a challenge. That is a real challenge. And the A350 all reversed? Are they really? Okay. Good. Okay, guys. I tell you what. I have to say, you know, that was a 12-hour flight to Bogota. Stable. No issues. The only thing was the fuel values being a bit off from SimBrief. But otherwise, it's fine. There were no bigger issues. You see the sound, or you hear the sounds, you see the textures. You can make your own picture from that. System-wise, I didn't see any bigger issues. We flew the RNF approach. There may be some little things here and there regarding, you know, RMP going to 0.3 instead of staying at 0.5 maybe, but otherwise, I mean, this is definitely something I think I'll take for the cross the pond, yeah. Yeah, so I was skeptical. I'm not going to lie. I mean, not because of Toliss, but because of Aerosoft, what happened with A330. But I think you also have to say that, you know, people deserve a second chance. But if you say you can't do that, then, you know, it's on you. I mean, you know, it's acceptable. It's your opinion. That's fine. I don't criticize that. But if I just objectively look at the aircraft and what they've done, you know, there is very little to moan about. And yeah, stability, FPS, that's the main thing for me. Let's do fire protection. Yeah, Ivano, thanks. It's my pleasure. Alright, let's see. Hey. Smoke after bulk cargo smoke. Bulk isolation valve off. There's something where it's going to take me ages again to find that. Where's bulk? Ah. There you go. Bulk. Isolation valve. Okay, so maybe that's this one here. Yeah. After agent discharge. After agent discharge. Cabin fans off. Cabin fans off. And now, before opening cargo doors, packs disembark. Now we got a fire. Let's hold this checklist. Let's do the evacuation checklist. Do I have one here? Hang on. Do I have one here? Right. Anyways, it will be pretty much thrust levers idle. All engines off. Off. Now we don't have to discharge because the engines are not on fire. And then we would just call for evacuation, passenger evacuation. And I think one thing that doesn't do here is if I open the doors with the slides engaged. Yeah, it doesn't simulate the chutes, which is a shame, but yeah. It's in the doors page. Yeah. Slide is armed. You can see the slide is armed. Doors open, so that's something they can work on. Let's give that as a feedback. That's something we want. All right, Toliss, dear Toliss developers. We want working slides. We've seen that in other aircraft, which is cool. All right. That gives them something to do. Anyways, fantastic add-on. I like it. I'll definitely pay for it, buy it myself, and then very likely use it for across the pond. And flushing toilets. Yeah, indeed. Let me do a big shout out to Pod gifting a sub today. Also, big shout out to Pilot Seb gifting 10 subs. No, 11 subs. So Pilot Seb, again, the developer from the FlyHub app. I will showcase this some more late in the next streams, because I think this is a great app. I'm particularly interested in seeing the the point structure, how many points you get for certain things. So that's definitely something I want to try out in the next streams. Next stream will be Friday. We're back on Friday, 1700 UTC, and then Sunday we'll do a shared flight with MAN in the Toliss 320 and X-Plane. Already organized everything for that. Coffee machines, you guys. Bob, I hope you're doing well, Bob. Greetings to you. Stay safe. My dear moderators, thank you so much. It's been a busy day today. Lots of visitors, and a big thank you to everyone that visited today and watched and stayed so nice and peaceful and respectful, which is something sometimes is difficult in these difficult times. But thank you so much for that. Keeping everything in a good spirit. Thank you, everyone, and stay safe.
Good night.
Stay well.
Black
I'll see you again
box.
soon. Good night, everyone. Let's go for the outro. Here it is.